Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Tuesday, April 14th at 10:32 a.m. Oh man, so I am a bit overwhelmed by this topic because I'm really not that caught up to speed on it, but y'all were pretty clear that this is the topic you wanted me to talk about today. There were other options. We could have talked about Lynette Hooker, Brian Hooker, the missing woman. We could have talked about Katy Perry, allegations being made against Katy Perry by Ruby Rose. That all came out yesterday. Katy Perry's reps are denying that that occurred. But y'all were, I'm not going to say unanimous, but it was very clear. The vote was very clear that this is what y'all wanted to talk about. So this is what we're here to talk about today. Speaking of the vote, make sure that you are subscribed to this channel so you can vote in such polls and posts as they come up. Oh, actually, okay. I spoke a little bit too strongly. Melania still did win. The vote on the channel, let me show y'all, does have 275 votes. At first, it was like very strongly leaning toward Melania Trump, but now it's still pretty strong, but it's not quite as much. Also on these videos, a lot of y'all have been asking me, drop the lip combo, drop the whatever, what mascara, what eyeshadow, what this, that. I'm going to start, if I think about it, leaving some of those products down below. Is not everything on my face. I realized actually earlier today when I was like tagging these products below that I be putting a lot of products on my face. It's a miracle that it doesn't break out more than it does. But thanks mom and dad for the good genes. This ain't dark green, girl. This gray. My outfit of the day is just this shirt. That's the whole outfit. But I know y'all like the darker colors on me. No, it's just you, Tequila. I think everybody else can see the colors, see the screen. Anyway, so just be aware if y'all click any of those links of the products that I listed and linked down below, I am wearing all of those items on my face. All of those were items that I bought with my own money, or my hair. All that stuff is stuff I bought with my own money. But if you click those down below and buy something, I think I do get some type of commission. I don't make money off commissions. I've never made money off commissions. I don't think I've ever made 1 single cent off of a commission on these channels, but y'all are always asking me, and then I actually forget because I wear kind of like different stuff every day. Here's my lipstick box, lip glosses, lipsticks, etc. So I just pull whatever out of there. That's an old candy box that my friend Pamela put a mirror into and did some decoupage. Isn't that cute? Anyway, so y'all voted for Melania. And like I said earlier, I am a little bit overwhelmed by this topic because every time I talk about something that is in the political world, people make a bunch of assumptions about me, like that I must be a Republican or I must be a Democrat. I've been accused of being MAGA. I've been accused of being this and that. And it's like, y'all, I think all these people have mental health issues that they need to have addressed. Okay. Every single one of them that is a career politician, that has been a career politician for years and decades and stuff. Girl, I think they all got problems. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I have been both in my life. At first I was a Republican. Then I was like, oh no, that's not right. Let me try Democrat. And then I was like, oh girl, that ain't right either. Something is wrong with all of them. Okay. But since it is like the president of our country where we live, it does, the topic does cross my desk from time to time and I have to talk about it. So I am talking about it today, but please, I even have it in the little scrolling banner below. Please don't shoot the messenger. If y'all here in here right now, there's 119 people in here right now. I know I'm not talking to y'all. I know y'all are the ones that are like chill and cool, but if any other people watch this, please, I'm not trying to push any certain side of the political agenda. My political agenda is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for we the people, to not be enslaved and not be, what's the exact word I'm looking for? I guess to not be oppressed by a tyrannical government. My political alignment is with the people of all nations and all states. Okay, that's where my political alignment is. I stand with we the people of all nations and all states against tyrannical governments and in favor of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so please, as I'm going through this, I'm going to be cutting, making jokes at certain politicians, it's going to seem like maybe I'm picking on Republicans. I promise you and I guarantee you I am not. And if you're familiar with my other or I am picking on them. Oh, yes, I am. But I'll be picking on all sides. I'll pick on independents. I'll pick on a libertarian too, girl. I mean, and all that to say, if you are a member of the Republican Party or the Democrat Party, you really like being involved in all that, girl, that's you. That's no problem with me. I completely support your right to be in a cult if you want to. You are a grown adult and you can do that if you want to. Okay. So, this whole saga kind of started. Hold on. I do want to say one other thing too. I don't know if it's clear to you at this point or not. I'm not expert on this story yet. I have a bunch of links. Let me see how many links I have here. I also have my Epstein web. We're going to take a look at the Epstein web today. I have 33. Oh my God, girl. Are you serious? Even I fall into the 33. Okay. I have 33 links of news and rumors and conspiracy theories and, things along there. And then I also have the Epstein files. Oh, how could I forget? Hold on. Stand by. I have to go. Oh my God. How could I have forgotten this? I have a People magazine of Donald Trump's wedding. Hold on one second. Let me, do I have something I can play for y'all? Just give me a second. I have something exclusive. Hold on. Okay, I had to go across the room to my archives over there, my archives library. If y'all haven't read this book, you really need to get it. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now. What's it called? Remember, Be Here Now. Now Be Here Now. It's by Ram Dass, the Hanuman Foundation. It's so cool. It's like a book he wrote. It's cool. It's really cool. I really recommend this book. Not sponsored. I don't know if Ram Dass is any longer with us. Okay, so these are my sometimes I'll be getting these tabloids just to remind people, of the things, but where is the okay, here it is. I have this exclusive. This is the People magazine from February 7th, 2005. February 7th, 2005. This is the Donald and Melania wedding edition. So we're going to be taking a look at that. Maybe. I do have it. And, I just want to remind y'all, what page is this on? I do want to just remind y'all that Donald Trump and Melania's wedding had Hillary Clinton on the front row. I just want to remind y'all of that. Look, there she is right there. I think it was a Vera Wang wedding dress. Anyway, this is like a 16-year-old magazine. Bought that with my own money too. Okay. So, this all started a few days ago. I would say 4 or 5 days ago. And the first thing I heard about it was Melania Trump did this kind of like ambush out of nowhere, no real, what's the word I'm looking for? No real advance notice to the press or anything like that. She's just like, okay, I'm going to be making a speech out in front of the White House, on the White House lawn or whatever. Okay. And then she did, she came out, she made the speech. Maybe we'll take a listen to that. I find her, very difficult to listen to, just because of the demons, not because of the accent. Actually, I have a very soft spot in my heart for Eastern European immigrants to the United States. My stepdad is one such American patriot. I mean, he's American now, but he's from, like Eastern European countries. So I love me an Eastern European. Okay. Especially when they come over here, they're very America their very first amendment, because a lot of people over there in Eastern Europe have already had to feel what it feels like to live with the effects of communism. And so they really do appreciate like freedom of speech and capitalism, or the idea of it, or whatever. And so generally, usually no problems with them, other than like whatever those Serbian weirdos were doing, like specific Serbian weirdos. Not all of them are weirdos. So that's all just me. I'm just trying to just tell y'all my issue with Melania Trump isn't like her voice or her accent, but like something about the way she talks does rub me the wrong way. And it's very difficult for me to listen to her talk. I don't know why, but it certainly isn't because she has this like sort of Eastern European sound and accent, because I like those people. So it's not that. Shout out to the Eastern European cousins. I got this coffee. It was in my refrigerator. And I don't have a lot of energy. I gotta fortify. It's coming out how tied up Erica Kirk is. That's interesting. I started to look into Erica Kirk situation, and I actually have a whole Erica Kirk web I could show y'all one of these days, but it ended up making me kind of feel like I was going to go crazy if I kept looking into the Erica Kirk. And this was months ago. Have you ever stared into the abyss and if you keep going to looking at the abyss, you're going to fall in? That was me with the Erica Kirk thing. I was just like, every way I looked, I was like, wait, but this could be what's going on. This could be what's going on. And I was just like, no, I'm going to lose my damn mind. So I had to take a break from that. But this is the Epstein web. Okay. Just notes, not facts. Okay. So this is kind of what this is my personal web that I made. This isn't like, can't be found anywhere online or anything. But this is my web that I made, and it's the Epstein web. As you can see, zoom in. Here's Epstein right there at the middle, like the little tarantula, Black Widow, or whatever he is. Okay, there's Jonathan Oddie. Anyway, so then there's this Melania Trump section. And so that's kind of like, I had already known about some of this stuff from the Epstein files. And today is going to be a long live stream, just like my other live streams. I anticipate we're going to be here 3 or 4 hours. And we're going to talk about everything Melania before we move to the next topic. So this could legitimately end up being like a 4-hour Melania, Epstein, Michael Wolff, Trump, whatever these people are, live streams. So just I got my water, I got my little coffee drink from my refrigerator, and I'm ready to go. Like I said, I am like kind of drained. I don't know why. I've just the seasons change. I get allergies, and I don't know. I just feel kind of tired, but we're here together. This is the OGs. Okay. This is the OGs. Shout out to everybody who's gotten a membership as well. We never hear Melania speak any language clearly. Don't believe the 7 language thing. I have seen some people speculating about that. Yes, let's do this. English is a first language, but I can't tell. And that reminds me of like little Baron Trump, my suitcase. Anyway, shout out to Baron Trump, shout out to the kid. Is he 18 yet? If he's 18 now, then I don't care. But usually, it's kids don't really do anything to choose this life. That's their parents put them into that. And so anyway, okay. I don't know what my first language was. I'm pretty sure it was English, but it might have been like like redneck or something, girl. Do y'all want to know what my first sentence was? It's kind of embarrassing. My first ever full sentence was in the McDonald's drive-thru. And my mom, when I was born, my mom was like 20. I think she got pregnant at 19. I don't know how old exactly she was when I was born. She's in the chat, but I don't think she knows either. We'd have to reverse engineer. Okay, she was born in January. Okay, anyway, I think she was like 19 or 20 years old. No, at this point, I must have been like, 1 or 2. I started talking early. Who's surprised? Put a 1 in the chat if you were absolutely not in any way surprised. I started talking very early. Before I was 1 year old, I was saying words. But my first full sentence, okay, my mom said she was 20 when I was born. So I don't know. Does it count as teen mom if she got pregnant at 19? I don't know. Y'all put it in the chat. Anyway, so my mom's driving through the McDonald's drive-thru, and I don't think she turned around and asked me what I wanted, but you know what? I decided to let her know what I wanted, and you know what I said? I want Coke. My first sentence was, I want Coke, but it was like a very, very redneck, like, I want Coke. I was country. I still am. Code switching is weird. I have to, we'll talk about that more later. But anyway, I had to learn a bunch of different accents and a bunch of different ways to talk, or else I wasn't going to be able to transcend out of the one little rung I was born into. Anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about today. Anyway, this is the Melania Trump part of the web, the Epstein web, and we'll get into that as well later. But for the purposes of right now, just to start the story off, I want to start where, or at a location kind of where I first started understanding what was going on with this story. And again, y'all, this is kind of like live investigation. A lot of these links that I have put down, I haven't fully thoroughly investigated. Some of them are kooky conspiracy theories. We're going to get into that as well. But let me just start here with this New York Times article. Um, Another thing, people have been saying that my words are not syncing up with my um mouth moving. I don't know how to fix that. Sorry. I don't know what the deal is. It seems to only be the case for some people where like my actual voice will lag behind my mouth. I do think there is a hack, a trick that can help with that. And if you turn your playback quality from HD to like 720, obviously you do lose a little bit of that quality of the video sharpness, but I think that it helps with the latency and the lagging. Hopefully it's just kind of like a website, StreamYard issue and they get it fixed soon. But I am aware that for some of y'all, the words are not syncing up exactly. I haven't changed any settings here. So I don't know if it's maybe just like an internet issue. Maybe the data centers are using the good internet or something. Girl, I don't know. Close your eyes if you don't see it on any other YouTubers. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's lagging for some of y'all. Yeah, maybe y'all have to close your eyes. Again, like I said, I have noticed when it happens on other people's channels, or even sometimes when I'm watching mine back, if I take that quality and put it down to like 720, it will help. It does help because the computer isn't, I guess, trying to process all the HD bits or whatever. I don't really know about technology, if we're being honest, but if you see people in the chat, any mods in here, shout out to Birmingham Leprechaun, shout out to Amber TSW. If y'all see anybody in here saying like, oh, it's lagging the sound, maybe just suggest to them to adjust the quality of their video playback. It may help. Yeah, it's synced when you started. It's getting worse as you go. It could be an internet issue on my end. It's also, I'm streaming live, so that's obviously gonna affect it. Maybe I'll have to go back to using Ethernet. Maybe Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs's team is outside with a Wi-Fi jammer, girl. I don't know. But yeah, maybe just close your eyes and listen to the words or look at the things on the screen. That's not my mouth. I do know it's aggravating. I don't mean to dismiss it. It's aggravating to me too because it affects my life, but I don't really know what else to do about it. So this is what we're gonna have to work with today. Okay, so last week, right now, like I said, is Tuesday, April 14th. Last week, Melania Trump kind of makes this surprise appearance outside the White House, and she's out there talking, and she's talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And at the time, it was kind of out of nowhere. Like, yeah, the Epstein files was a big deal a few months ago. It is a big deal, not to dismiss it or discredit it. I mean, it's still a big deal, but like we're in the middle of World War III or something right now. Like people are threatened to, what us. There's there's a lot going on since the Epstein files. So it kind of did seem and feel a little bit out of left field or a little untimely for Melania to have not made this speech weeks and weeks or months ago, or to not hold off on making this speech. And so people were just kind of like, what is she trying to get ahead of? And I do think we're going to see some links of that. Like I said, y'all, I have like over 30 links of stuff, and I was just throwing these links as stuff would come up into this notes. So I think we're even going to see some, as we go through these links, we're going to see some of that where people were saying Melania is making this speech. What's she trying to get in front of? What's she trying to get in front of? And then we're going to see this story as it developed chronologically, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the order I put these links into. And then we're also going to take, dips in and out of the web as well. And, people were saying things like, I bet apparently Trump had no idea Melania was going to make the speech. So that made it even more weird. And then you get the big, Mockingbird traditional media sources starting to defend the choice of her to do it. Within 24 hours of Melania Trump making this outside the White House speech about not knowing Epstein, this, that, the other, some allegations start to arise. And the allegations have to do with like trafficking pretty much. So let's just start here with this New York Times article. This article is from April 10th, 4 days ago, and a lot has happened in the last 4 days. A lot has happened since she made this press conference speech. But we're going to go back in time. We're going back in time 4 days ago. And this is right, after Melania made her speech, but before a lot of the more salacious allegations started dropping, there were people speculating Melania is trying to get in front of something. She's trying to hide something, whatever. I had already had the information that I had from looking her name up. Frankly, I searched her name specifically in the Epstein files over a month ago, maybe months ago at this point. And so I already had some inkling that there was perhaps some dipping in and out Epstein connection. But I was really not I was doing other stuff. I had a lot going on last week. I'm still trying to get my bearings. It's one of the reasons I'm so tired. So this article comes out 4 days ago. And even though it was reported that Trump didn't actually know that Melania was going to be making this speech, which is crazy. That's crazy in and of itself. Put a 2 in the chat if you find that to be unsettling, that anybody can just have at least the first lady can just have a press conference on the lawn of the White House or wherever she was. And he doesn't even know about it, much less have to approve it. That was kind of weird to me. Put it in the chat. It's kind of weird to you. But it says, the title kind of looks like Trump is at 4 days ago at that point, defending, backing up his wife, kind of like saying she had every right to do it. It says, Trump says First Lady had a right to talk about Epstein. President Trump said in an interview that he had known his wife wanted to address rumors about Jeffrey Epstein at some point, but he did not know exactly what she would say. That's weird. Again, this is the New York Times, okay? This isn't BuzzFeed. This isn't TMZ. This is New York Times. President Trump said Friday, today's Tuesday, so it's last Friday, that he had known his wife wanted to speak about Jeffrey Epstein at some point, and that he thought she had a right to talk about it, even if he had not known what exactly she planned to say. It doesn't bother me, he said in a brief telephone interview referring to the remarks Melania made from the entrance hall of the White House a day earlier. So this was April 9th that she made that speech. We'll click on this one and read it too, just through her remarks. He said, the president's the president. I did not know what the statement was, but I knew she was going to make a statement. The First Lady's comments certainly came as a surprise to many other people who work in the White House, according to 2 officials familiar with the situation who asked to be anonymous to discuss the matter. It was not clear why Melania had chosen that moment to talk about Mr. Epstein. Okay, so we do get a little clarification. But again, this is a 4-day-old article from April 10th. So we're going to kind of go through and do a live investigation of the progression. It was not clear 4 days ago why Melania had chosen that moment to talk about Mr. Epstein. Absent any explanation, questions and feverish conspiracy theories swirled. Conspiracy theories. Thank you so much to Liquid B12. That's a funny name, for becoming a new member. Thank you, Lindsay. Shout out to Lindsay. You are one of the OGs, girl. Shout out to Lindsay R becoming a new member. Thank you, Ava. Ava. Oh, one other thing. I only have one contact in my eye right now because, again, allergies. I kind of scratched this eye, so I'm letting it rest. So I'm like really working with one contact lens. I mean, we're really running on empty over here, but that's okay. The show must go on. Thank you so much to Ava for the $3.99 super sticker. Shout out to Christian Lamar becoming a member. Thank you so much to Lake Monstrous becoming a member. Thank you to Buster. I thought you became a member already. Thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you for becoming a new member, Lena Moreland. Thank you. Shout out to all y'all becoming members. Welcome to the cousins. Welcome to the cousins. Two Snaps Z Formation said Melania is not trying to fix America. She's trying to fix her image. Linzer is a family nickname. Oh, Linzer. Got it. Okay. I'm a conspiracy oracle. Give me 6 months and my predictions happen. I got a shirt from the Columbus Farmers Market, the Columbus Flea Market Farmers Market, and it's was $5. And it says, got any more conspiracy theories? All my old ones came true. No, I don't like wearing glasses. I have very, very long eyelashes and they rub up against the glasses lenses no matter pretty much what I do. Then I have to put them on my nose and I have to do this. It's aggravating. And then it's glare on the screen and then y'all can't see my eyes and it's a whole thing. Anyway, so back to this article. Absent any explanation, questions and feverish conspiracy theories swirled. Ended up being the conspiracy theories turned out in a very short time to actually have some merit to them. We'll talk about that. The article goes on. The president said his wife had been agonizing for a long time over her press coverage and rumors connecting her to Epstein. She had been agonizing over it. What was particularly upsetting to Melania, according to Donald Trump, the president of the United States, was one theory. Okay, so this is what Donald Trump was saying. Okay, this is what made her so mad. What was particularly upsetting to her was the theory that it was Mr. Epstein who introduced Melania to Donald. In her remarks on Thursday, Melania recounted the story of meeting Donald Trump. She said, by chance, at a New York City party in 1998 is when she met him. She said she did not encounter Jeffrey Epstein for the first time until 2 years later in the year 2000. Trump said Melania finds it very insulting. The rumors, she finds the rumors to be insulting. And Trump said, I said, if you want to do that, you can do that. I said, if she wants to do it, Trump said, I didn't recommend that she do it, but I said, I let it be her. I said, if you want to do it. She didn't meet me through Jeffrey Epstein and I could understand her feelings, but I said, if you want to do it, do it. Okay. So again, what's kind of being told to us, we the people, the American people, directly from the president through a news source 4 days ago was that what was particularly concerning for Melania Trump, she was so upset that there was rumors going around that Jeffrey Epstein introduced her and Donald Trump to each other. Her big upset is that Epstein did not. Is that French? I'm being French instead of Slovenian. Gotta work on my Slovenian accent. She was upset specifically about the origin story. That is what the president of the United States, whether you voted for him or not, that's your president. I didn't vote for him. I can guarantee you that. Never, not once did I ever vote for that thing. But that's our president. We live here. The president of our country is him. And he told us 4 days ago that the reason that Melania wanted to get out in front of these rumors, or not even get out in front of them, but the specific rumors that she found to be so insulting, very insulting, was how they met. She wanted to address rumors of how they met all of a sudden. And of course, the conspiracy theories were swirling because that doesn't make any damn sense. Melania Trump, hate her or love her, you got to give her one thing. She can bite her tongue. She's not out here saying and blabbing everything anytime she's offended. I promise you that. She has been able to keep it quiet for a long time, what her feelings on any issues were. Sometimes she might wear a coat that has some writing on the back or something and maybe sends a little bit of a political message. But in general, the lady has no problem staying quiet. So what all of a sudden now, months after these rumors started to swirl, she wants to address the so-called rumors of how she met Donald Trump, and she's got to do it by walking out on the White House front lawn. She can't call up TMZ, People Magazine, even the New York Times. People were like, this doesn't add up. And I was one of the people. I was people. Okay. But according to Trump, 4 days ago, that's what she was so upset about. She did not meet me through Jeffrey Epstein. It was something I could understand her feelings. I said, if you want to do it, do it. He wouldn't say when they had the discussion. He said it wasn't a big discussion. I would say it lasted for like 2 minutes, but I had no problem. I thought actually she did a good job. And yet the First Lady's remarks redirected focus onto a storyline that her husband and his administration have been thrashing against for a year. Uh-oh. Just last week, the Attorney General lost her job in part over, that's Pam Bondi, over her inability to contain the furor. Like, we were pissed. Like, the American people are mad about these Epstein files. And now that furor has been reignited. I want to read the definition of furor. Just because I like making sure that we're verbose over here. Furor means an outbreak of public anger, excitement, or controversy. It is an intense, widespread, and often sudden reaction, similar to a frenzy or an uproar, frequently caused by a contentious event or action. So there was furor over the Epstein files. Pam Bondi lost her job, at least, quote, in part, over her inability to contain this public backlash. And now it's been reignited. After Melania spoke, the internet lit up with speculation about what could have prompted her to come forward. Donald Trump insisted she was simply fed up with the press coverage. But once she addressed it, old photographs of her and Donald palling around with Jeffrey Epstein and his companion Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of facilitating years of S abuse, went viral again. So the pictures of them all together went viral again. The spectacle braided two narratives that officials in this White House always approach with the utmost caution. Okay, so what two narratives? The deeply private First Lady and the deeply poisonous Epstein saga, right? She's usually, like I said, say what you want about her, but she's not a blabbermouth. She don't talk. She usually ain't no snitch. So people are like, why is she on the front lawn of the White House making an emergency? And then they were saying Trump didn't even know about it. They didn't even know she was going to do it. Now, he projected sang Freud about it all on Friday. He said, I don't mind anything having to do with Epstein. He insisted he had been exonerated from all things Epstein related. He said, the only thing I don't like is I waste a lot of time having to talk about it. But here he was talking about it again because of something his wife chose to do. Was he upset that she had single-handedly thrust this story that had so bedeviled him back onto front pages around the globe? He said, no, I never get upset. Okay, girl. He said, would I have done it that way? Perhaps not. Perhaps. I don't know. Okay. So I want to go to the other article they have linked here for her, like of her actual remarks. And here is the video of her. I believe that's actually the video of her. She's starting to look a little bit alien-esque, and that's fine. I'm also a bit alien-esque, you know. Takes one to know one, as it were. Okay. So this article is from the 9th. All right. So the one we just read was from the 10th. This one right here is from the day before, but then they updated it just a couple days ago. So the title of this one is Melania Trump says she was not associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. So this was her speech that apparently Trump didn't even know she was going to make, but maybe he did, but maybe he didn't, and all that. Responding to what she said were smears. The First Lady said she never had knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse and was not a victim of his. She called for a congressional hearing for his victims. Melania Trump herself summoned reporters to the White House Thursday afternoon to give a surprise statement about Jeffrey Epstein, saying she had no relationship with him, was not a victim of his, and had no knowledge of his crimes. In remarks that lasted just under 6 minutes, she said she wanted to clear her good name. She addressed rumors about the origin story of how she met her husband. the president of the United States, and she called on Congress to give a hearing to the victims of Epstein's crimes. She said the lies, the lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today, she said. She talked about numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and her that have been circulating, or calculating rather, on social media for years now. So she said have been calculating. I think she meant circulating. It was not clear why she chose to speak out now or to what reports she was referring. Remember, y'all, this is a 5-day-old article, and a whole lot has happened in the last 5 days. But I wanted to start here at the beginning. I wanted to start where, like, I kind of first found out about this, right? What is she doing? Why is she making this speech on the White House lawn or whatever? Okay, she's an emergency surprise statement, or not emergency, but a surprise statement. At the time, it wasn't clear why she chose to speak out now or to what reports she was referring. A spokesperson for Melania said Donald Trump did know that the First Lady planned to make a statement, but later said it was not clear if Donald Trump was aware of the topic of her remarks. In a phone call with an MS Now reporter, Donald Trump said he had no prior knowledge of what Melania had planned to say. The White House did not respond to questions about what the president knew on the matter and when. The First Lady's statement is sure to supercharge a narrative that the Trump administration has been struggling to make go away since last summer, when chunks of the MAGA base broke into open revolt against Donald Trump over his handling of the Epstein investigation. The scandal has burbled all year, the president's supporters refusing to move on from it, no matter how many times he instructs them to. We still talking about that Epstein stuff? Yeah, we're still talking about it, buddy. Oh, yes, we are. Anyway, just last week, Pam Bondi lost her job as Attorney General, at least in part, over her failure to contain the furor. She is still tangled up in it. Now, what Melania said on Thursday may have been designed to clear her own name, but it certainly won't help the rest of the West Wing escape its Epstein troubles. The First Lady started her remarks by recalling an era when she met her husband, and apparently Mr. Epstein. She said, quote, Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City. Melania explained to the small group of stunned reporters arrayed in the entrance hall of the White House. Okay, so I keep saying the White House lawn. It was the entrance hall of the White House. The first time she ever crossed paths with Epstein, she claims, was in the year 2000 at an event that Donald Trump and she attended together. This is February 2000. So this must be the first time she claims that she met Epstein. Now, is that true? Is that not true, girl? I don't know. I wasn't there, but we have some links to get to. She said, Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, and I have a link to her book we will get to. The encounter that Melania was referring to is a story she has told over many years about meeting Donald Trump in 1998 at the Kit Kat Club. Okay, remember that, the Kit Kat Club. She has always said it was a man by the name of Paulo Zampoli. All right, Paulo Zampoli, an Italian modeling agent who introduced her to Mr. Trump. Very important. She claims she met Donald Trump in 1998 at the Kit Kat Club through a man by the name of Paulo Zampoli, an Italian modeling agent. That's who introduced her to Donald, not Epstein. Okay, well, tomato, we might end up finding out that just because Epstein, his actual own self, didn't personally introduce the two, doesn't mean that maybe Epstein effectively introduced the two. And we'll talk about that over the course of this video. Mr. Zampoli, remember, the modeling agent who introduced Melania to Trump, according to Melania. Zampoli did business with Epstein, and he appears several times in the Epstein files. Melania's name appeared in the Epstein files too, another matter she evidently wanted to clear up on Thursday. For example, in 2002, there was an email written to Ghislaine Maxwell by a woman named Melania, and she wrote to Ghislaine to praise a profile of Mr. Epstein in New York Magazine. Ghislaine called the woman a sweet pea, and then the woman signed her email, Love, Melania. On Thursday, the First Lady addressed her correspondence with Maxwell. She said, "To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell." My email reply to Ghislaine Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. But the Hydra-headed Epstein scandal has ensnared so many people who have walked the halls of the White House that the First Lady seemed intent on setting herself apart. She said, "I was never on Epstein's plane and never visited his private island." The same cannot be said for her husband, whose name appeared on flight logs for Mr. Epstein's plane several times, for the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, remember him, who acknowledged in a Senate hearing earlier this year that he did travel to Epstein's island. And so there, the First Lady stood on Thursday trying to distance herself from all things Epstein. She slammed those who would peddle false smears, okay? Again, seemingly out of nowhere. These Epstein files were released months ago. She's talking about smears against her. Cited people and publishers who have issued public apologies to her in the past, among them the Democratic operative James Carville. I always wondered, am I related to him? Because he is from New Orleans or like Louisiana, and his name, my last name's Corville, Courville. His is Carville, Carville. He kind of looks a little lizard-esque, a little alien-esque, and I've been telling y'all, I do think them's my cousins. Okay, I think I might be one of the good ones or something, but I mean, I am definitely from the mothership, I'll tell you that. Anyway, HarperCollins also issued a public apology. The Daily Beast, I think even Michael Wolff, she warned from the podium, quote, "Be cautious about what you believe." She shifted the focus to the victims of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Quote, "I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with the public hearings, specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress." The House Oversight Committee has been investigating Mr. Epstein and the federal government's handling of the case against him since last year. Okay, who has been doing that? The House Oversight Committee. The inquiry grew from the furor, the public backlash over the Trump administration's backtracking on a decision to release its full investigative material. Representative Robert Garcia of California, the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, said in an interview that he agreed with Melania's call for a public hearing. So the Democrats agreed with her. Again, y'all remember, please, the article we're reading right now is from 5 days ago. It's from April 9th. So at the time, nobody had any idea that Paulo Zampoli's baby mama / ex was about to start making a bunch of allegations about relating to and affecting Melania Trump, Donald Trump, Epstein. So this is 5 days ago. Nobody knew, what in the hell? We're just kind of confused. Okay, well, cool. Yeah, I guess we agree. Do a Congress hearing for the victim if they want. I mean, I don't sure, that's fine, but this is kind of confusing. There's like World War III going on, and now you want to address the Epstein files? Something's weird. Anyway, so this guy, Robert Garcia of California, he said that Melania's comments seemed to reject her husband's frequent contention that the Epstein investigation was a hoax pushed by Democrats. In recent months, Donald has tried to dismiss the Epstein controversy. He told the country it's time to move on. And he even snapped at a reporter who asked him what his message would be to the victims. But on Thursday, his wife seemed to strike a different tone. Every woman, she said, should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes. Then Melania turned around on her stiletto heels, walked out as the dazed reporters started shouting after her, "Why now? Melania, why now?" Okay. So let me see if I can find her full speech. I thought I had it linked here. It doesn't appear that It doesn't appear that yeah, okay. Okay, 4 days ago, we're going to watch the ABC 7. It's 5 minutes, 50 seconds long. They have a 25-year age gap. That's interesting. Thanks so much to Otakulakes becoming a new member. Otaku Lakes or Otakulakes. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So let's turn captions on, girl. You know we're going to need them. I'm going to start it out on 1.25 times the speed. If that's too fast, I may have to slow it down. I haven't watched the full start to finish. I've seen clips. I've probably seen most of it now, but like full start to finish like this, I haven't watched it yet. So we'll do a react.
Good afternoon. The lies linking.
Okay. Oh my God. It's giving Lima Yevrimovich, I swear. I'm going to do a normal. I'm going to slow it down to normal because I want to do a little body language analysis here. So full speech, Melania Trump declares, I am not Epstein's victim.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility.
Okay. The lies linking me to Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. I need her to tell me which lies. Just the first statement out of her mouth. Which links are true and which links are lies? Because I know you see this picture right here. So like if you've been at a party with him before, maybe you didn't know he was going to be there. Maybe you have a good reason for being there, but there's some link, obviously. So which lies is it? Maybe she'll clarify.
Respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
Okay, so obviously when somebody says defame my reputation, they're threatening a lawsuit. Obviously, when somebody says defame my reputation and lies as the first 30 seconds of their speech, they finna get ready to sue somebody. That's how I take it.
Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach.
Okay, fine.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
Okay.
My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note.
Then a what?
I am not.
Okay, I get it. She didn't write her own speech, clearly. Think she meant trivial. And again, I'm not making fun of her, truly. I'm really not. Shout out to people that can speak more than one language. That's hard and stuff. But she said it can be seen as nothing more than a tribal note. It's trivial. Trivial means like just a little thing.
More than a trivial note.
Trivial.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
Okay.
The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together.
Okay.
At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings.
Uh-huh.
Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years.
Again, this is more, in my opinion, proof she did not write this speech, or at least not all of it, because why would she say numerous fake images have been calculating on social media? It's obvious she means circulating. And again, this isn't to make fun of her pronunciation. This is to point out that there are other people behind this. It's not just she's went rogue. Somebody wrote this, in my opinion. In my opinion.
And me have been calculating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false.
Now,
I'm not.
Very interestingly, she doesn't say which images are completely false. I believe there's probably some false images circulating around, including her. I also believe some of the images, because she said there was an overlapping social circle, are real. So it would have been very helpful for her to just take maybe the extra 4 minutes that it would have taken to make this whole thing last 10 whole minutes long of our life, to say which images are fake. Which images are fake, which allegations are fake, which statements are lies, because she's out here basically threatening to sue people. Be cautious about what you believe. Be, careful about you can't believe everything you see. Bitch, just tell us which ones is real and which ones isn't real, because you have literally the New York Times posting pictures and publishing pictures. So, I would assume they have authenticated at least that one picture. So she's telling us, she's basically chastising us. She's basically saying to the public, stop spreading lies, but I'm not going to tell you which lies are lies. I'm not going to tell you which of these pictures are fake. And in my opinion, that she's doing that because she just hopes everybody stops sharing anything about it. And this is all before the other shoe dropped. She was, in my opinion, and I'm going to give you the information that I base my opinion on, but in my opinion, she was absolutely trying to get out ahead of this Amanda Unaro, Paulo Zampoli story, which we're going to get into. But this is all just the pre-story. This is her just, I am not a victim of Epstein. Okay, maybe you're not, girl, but what about his associates?
A witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter.
So here we have Melania Trump trying to basically, they want to make any word mean anything. She's basically trying to say, just because I emailed with Ghislaine Maxwell and just because I went to parties with Ghislaine Maxwell in attendance there and Epstein in attendance there, doesn't mean you get to say I'm in the Epstein files, because no victims named me. I didn't come up in any depositions, which I also don't think that's true. And Ben is saying, well, if she isn't a victim, does that mean she's indentured and complicit? Wow, her accent is very similar to Ivanka. Trump definitely has a type. Oh, yeah, he's got a type, or he did. Melania's team should have called in the actress they used on SNL UK last week. Oh.
Any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island.
So she says, no, I wasn't a victim and I also wasn't a participant. I never was on that plane and I never went to his island. Okay, strong words.
I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with,
again, more proof that I don't think she wrote this. She would say, I've never been legally accused or convicted of a crime, but she instead said convinced. Again, I think she would know what she meant to say if she had been the author of this speech.
Abuse of minors and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically must stop.
Okay.
My attorney.
So she's like, people need to stop. These people are clout chasers. They're trying to ruin my good name. They're trying to ruin my reputation. They're trying to gain political advantages, and they're trying to do it off of me, and it has to stop. Then she's about to make a legal threat. And at this point, what's the difference between Melania and Brigitte Macron? Both of them now are coming out here looking like men. Oh, excuse me. Both of them are coming out here now basically threatening people for talking about their opinions. Girl, you are the first lady of the United States of America, and you are married to one of the most historically unliked, disliked, internationally, globally despised human beings ever to walk the face of the planet. Like, your reputation ain't that good to start if you could be married to him. I mean, listen, I know some of y'all like him. I don't, and I never have. This is my channel. I talk about what I want over here, and I say my opinions. So I don't know how good her reputation really is. She's done a great job staying out of the drama, all things considered. But now she comes out to talk. This is weird to me. Something going on here.
To my good name, to gain financially and climb politically must stop.
Listen.
My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation.
So I think on that one, that is the Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff is the official presidential biographer for Donald Trump. And he wrote, I think, 2 books about Donald Trump, or, you know, like biographies about Donald Trump and on Donald Trump. And he's the one who said Epstein introduced Melania and Trump. He kind of started, or at least helped to ignite those rumors, but he retracted that statement in part due to legal threats by Melania Trump. Now, that did not go to trial. It wasn't officially ruled to be false allegation, but it wasn't officially ruled to be a true allegation. And she's saying, remember when I threatened Michael Wolff? I'm fitting to threaten the next people too. Stop trying to talk about me and Epstein. I'm not Epstein's victim. I wasn't on that plane. I'm not a participant. I never went to that island, and I didn't know about his crimes. So leave me out of it.
Several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me. Such as
and that's Daily Beast, James Carville. Yeah, she's saying it.
James Carville and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
And you do hear at least one person, a male voice, why now? And she's just clanking and clacking off in her $3,000 shoes or whatever. Okay, slay. So that was her speech. We pretty much did cover most of those points in the article that we just read from the New York Times. But so that leaves open a lot of questions. That leaves open a lot of speculation, which finally, an hour into this video, finally brings me to the actual 33 or whatever, it's 33 links that I had for today's video. The walk off was so funny. You could tell she was like, I'm going to She took everything she learned from Tyra Banks and she just put it all to use. She just put it all to use in that one walk off. Click, 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 click. Anyway, so she says that in that speech we just watched, she said that she outlined how they met in her book. So this brings me to the first link I wanted to share with y'all. Now, what you're looking at is exactly what I'm getting my information from. By the time we're done with the video today, you will have seen probably all, if not definitely most of the links and the public information upon which I based my opinion and my opinions. But I cannot substantiate any of this stuff. Okay. This is literally a tweet on Twitter. Okay. So take it with a grain of salt. I do not want to get hauled into court because somebody's saying that I'm saying this is a fact. I have no way to know if this is a fact. I know no more than the next person. And I'm just live investigating, trying to get to the bottom of these disparate and different stories. Okay. So here's a tweet from Frank, whoever that is. Melania, a former working lady from the Kit Kat Club, again, I don't know if that's true. I'm just reading someone's tweet, met her boyfriend at the place she worked. Ask her how Jeffrey Epstein and Paulo Zampoli got her an Einstein visa. Melania's words from her book, unless she's going to say it was plagiarized. Okay. So here's the book, page 35 of her book, chapter 5. Hi, I'm Donald Trump is the name of the chapter. It says, on a Friday night in September 1998, as I settled into the comfort of my New York City apartment after a whirlwind trip to Paris, my phone rang. It was a friend of mine. The friend said, my boyfriend is throwing a party at the Kit Kat Club tomorrow night. Please come. We haven't seen each other in so long. Melania said, I just got back from Paris. The friend said, quote, please, it will be fun. A lot of people will be there. We'll pick you up. Melania goes on in her book, while I was tired and jet lagged, I loved the idea that my weekend was about to be filled with the company of friends. I have always been selective in how I chose to spend my time and where I put my energy. A late night party at the club was not my top choice for a Saturday evening. I much preferred staying in, watching a film, or going to dinner with close friends. Though I didn't shy away from social gatherings. She said clubs just weren't really my cup of tea. I accepted the invitation anyway. After all, it was Fashion Week, a time of glamour and sophistication. And she spelled glamour like a traitor. She don't spell it like an American. I was actually looking forward to mingling with industry insiders and trendsetters. Okay, so admittedly, in her book, she went to this party because she wanted to mingle. She wanted to network. She wanted to social climb. She wanted to mingle with trendsetters and industry insiders. She was tired. She normally wouldn't be going to a club. She didn't like that. She'd rather go get a free meal and go back home. Can't blame her on that one. Very relatable. But she's like, I went to the club. Okay, cool. Great. So apparently she met Donald Trump there. We also have some early, okay, so if you will recall from the video, I'm going to turn the music off. I don't know if it's copyrighted. But from that video we just watched, she opens up her speech. She opens up the press conference by saying, the lies linking me with Epstein have to stop. Okay, so then that makes people start to say, wait, there are links between you and Epstein, though. Like, for example, supposedly, here's a video of the Victoria's Secret fashion show where Melania Trump is accompanied by Trump and Epstein. Melania was introduced to Trump by Epstein and Paulo Zampoli, a modeling agent with ties to Mossad. Trump's war against Epstein and Melania below. Okay, now again, someone is saying, David Vargas Araujo is saying Epstein introduced Melania to Donald, but Melania said that's not true. Paulo, though, was a connect to Epstein, and Paulo, the Kit Kat Club, that is the person who introduced him. So here is a video that purportedly shows Melania Trump at a fashion show with not only Donald, but also Epstein. I'm not going to play the music on this one because I don't know if it's copyrighted, but I am just going to play it with no music. Is this Melania? Okay. So the way this is worded, Melania Trump is accompanied by Trump and Epstein. I think this is supposed to be Melania. But look, here's Donald. Oh, no, I guess this is Melania. It's hard to tell I guess this is Melania. It's hard to tell. This does look like Trump. This does look like Epstein. This could be AI. I don't know if this is real. But, look, exclusive. Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein. There's a model. That looked like Tyra Banks. Okay, yes. Okay, there was Melania. We could see her in this close-up here. So there she is right there. That looks to be Melania. With a much stronger, sharper, squarer jaw at the time, if you will notice. Okay, there's Tyra. Okay, there's Donald. Is this Larry Fink? Who is this? Remember, Victoria's Secret is owned by who? Pop quiz. L Brands, which is owned by or was founded by who? Les Wexner. So this is Les Wexner's fashion show. Donald Trump's on the front row. Epstein apparently also on the front row. We have Tyra Banks in the mix, bouncing and, smizing all over the catwalk. Shout out to her. Okay, there's Epstein. There's Melania. There's Donald. I don't know who that is sitting next to him. There's Melania. Titties out. Hee kiki tt. Looking much more masculine back then. This must have been before her gender reaffirming care that she got. We were all rooting for you. Where is Melania is the new Where's Waldo girl. Yes, the good job, size matters. Good job, G size. Thank you to Luna Marinelli for becoming a new member. Thank you to Sassy Lassie becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Mama Joe Gorms for the £2 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tina Marie. Oh, shout out to you. That is so nice. Thank you for the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much, Sassy Lassie, for the $1.99. Girl, we do not care if you were a working girl. No, I don't care if she was or wasn't. I mean, she's saying that she wasn't. I don't know if she was or was. I don't care if she was. So I don't really give a flying rat's behind. But now, I mean, she's making White House speeches and making things, calling people liars, seemingly threatening to sue. So, okay, I'm looking into it. I'm just looking into the publicly available information. Jeff looks bored at the adults. Yeah, I'm just anyway, beep. He sure does. Okay, so what would you say? Put a 3 in the chat. Put a 3 in the chat if you think this is a link. Would this count as a link to Epstein? Yes or no? They're here at the show. Just a couple seats apart. There's Donald, there's Epstein, there's Melania. Is this a link? Who are these? Compromise? I don't know who these people are next to him. There's people sitting in the middle. Maybe they weren't there together. It's not like Jeffrey's sitting right next to Donald. I don't know. Tell me. Link? Not link? Would you say it would be a lie to say there's links here? I don't know. These are questions I don't have the answers to. Okay. So some of the links I have here are just speculation. Some of them are more conspiratorial, like I've mentioned. But we start getting stuff like this. This is the day. This is interesting to me because this is the very exact same day that Melania made this Thursday. She made that speech, that surprise speech. Nobody even knew that she was going to be doing the speech. People are saying, yes, this is a link. 3. Sneaky said 3. Lana said 3. Jackie Oliver said 3. C-Cal said 3. Girl, they're lying to our faces, Adam said. I'm not surprised Melania might, but girl, look, I know y'all saw that square chin. That's all I'll say. Okay. I wish mine was a little squarer, girl. Who knows? But anyway, okay. So now we get this tweet. This tweet is on the same exact day Melania made her speech. And again, everyone's asking at the time, what is she trying to get ahead of? Why now? That was the major question being, why now? Why are you wanting to know? On the same day that she did that speech, we get this tweet from a woman by the name of Ellie V. Hall. She said, fun fact about Paulo Zampoli. Remember, who is Paulo? The guy who introduced Donald Trump to Melania. Not Epstein, Paulo. Paulo owned a building a block away from the old BuzzFeed New York City office, and Paulo would rent some of the apartments in the building on Airbnb. This lady said, I stayed there a lot. Proof attached. He gave me great reviews. This was part of the decor. Okay. Let's look at these pictures. It looks like there's some red, white, and blue here. Hard to tell exactly what this is. Just some type of, I don't like modern or like what contemporary, whatever that type of art is. I don't really like it. But then there's like a Rimini, like AI chat filtered painting of Donald Trump as president. Looks like a presidential portrait in this Airbnb. October 2017, this lady, Ellie Hall, attaches a receipt purporting to say, look, this is proof. I stayed there. He really owned it. All the way back almost 10 years ago. 9 years ago, October 2017, Ellie is an amazing guest. Left my place spotless. All conversation was nice and smooth. I highly recommend her to all Airbnb hosts. Thank you, Ellie. Again, August 2018, he left another review for her. Amazing guest as usual. What a pleasure to host again. The best guest ever. Thank you. She's saying, so I don't know, this could mean something, this could not, but Paulo Zampoli owned a building at my old work, and I used to stay in the building. Here's the proof. And he was having Donald Trump pictures in there. Okay. In and of itself, who cares, right? All right. Maybe he just likes Donald Trump. It's just one of the 30-something links I had to show y'all. So here's a prediction that came out on April 9th, the day that Melania made that speech. Still, people are like, why is she making the speech? Jon Favreau, he says, okay, so who's about to break the Melania Epstein story she just tried to get ahead of? April 9th. This is 5 days ago. Prediction. We have Jon Favreau. I think this is a journalist. He said, who's about to break the story that she just tried to get ahead of? So remember, what was the main thing that Melania was worried about, according to Donald Trump's interview that was featured in the New York Times? The thing that Melania was so upset about, so trying to get ahead of, was how she met Donald. So let's check out this tweet from April 9th, same day as her speech came out. Melania was introduced to Donald Trump by a man named Paulo Zampoli. Paulo brought Melania over to the U.S. and secured her supposed Einstein visa. Paulo is connected to Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other elite PDF files, including supposedly, allegedly, I don't know if this about these allegations, if they're true or not. I'm reading a tweet. Please go after Adam Media if y'all have an issue with this. I'm reading a tweet. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's true. It is a real tweet. I don't know if it's the facts. But he said, Melania, okay, fine. Melania wasn't introduced to Donald Trump by Epstein explicitly. She was introduced to Donald Trump by Epstein's friend or acquaintance or associate named Paulo Zampoli. Paulo Zampoli is connected to Epstein and Ghislaine and other elite PDF file, allegedly John Casablancas. I don't know anything about his story. Maybe he was convicted or something. I don't know who that is. Who served on the board of Ghislaine's nonprofit called Terramar Project. Trump rewarded Zampoli for introducing him to Melania with multiple positions and titles, and they are still close friends. So here are alleged pictures. I guess this is supposed to be Paulo, although that doesn't look like him at all. Melania looks very, very young and has a much different facial structure around this area than she does today. I'll just say that. So here's more receipts from that tweet. It's Donald Trump from last year. About a year exactly ago. This was from March 2025. Donald said, I'm pleased to announce that I'm appointing Paulo Zampoli as special envoy for global partnerships. What is this made up job, girl? I don't know. With his extensive experience working with the United Nations, the Kennedy Center, and various international initiatives, girl, various international initiatives. I'm kind of scared when you just say it like that, vague like that. Paulo helps us advance America's interests on the global stage. Congratulations, Paulo. This was last year. Paulo retweeted, utmost honor. to serve as a fake job, special envoy for global partnerships. And I extend my deepest gratitude to Donald Trump for his appointment. I am fully committed to advancing American interests on the world stage with strength, strategy, and unwavering dedication. And I mean, here, and they're even acknowledging all the world is a stage. Okay, these are actors. They play pretend in our face. They have no problem doing it. So Paulo just, last year he got appointed to a special job, special envoy for global partnerships, explicitly by Donald Trump. Donald Trump announces it. Paulo's, oh, I'm so honored. Okay. Here's a picture of them together. Happy New Year 2020. Paulo said, best time. Melania, Donald, Paulo. Okay, that's 2020 from Mar-a-Lago. The Trump White House archives Paulo right next to Melania right next to her husband. And who is this? If you know, type it in the chat. If you don't, we'll get to it. This is 2018 from the Zampoli family. 2018, Merry Christmas, Donald Trump, Melania, and Paulo. Okay, so they go back at least to 2018.
Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social.
Okay. Check out this page for a lot more. Melania, to be clear, I never had relations with Epstein or his accomplice. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time. So it's starting to look like, okay, maybe this Paulo Zampoli guy really did introduce them. Maybe he really did. And so again, that was all of that was tweeted on April 9th, 5 days ago. Today's the 14th. So maybe Epstein didn't introduce him. That seemed to be the thing she was most, concerned about. That's what they were trying to say. That's just trying to get out in front of. Anybody that says anything different is lying. Okay. So then we start to get into still the same day. Shout out to the Diddy docket. We start to get into another connection between Paulo and Trump and Paulo and Melania. And that has to do with the mother of his child. Melania's former agent honored with special envoy role, Paulo Zampoli asked ICE to detain the mother of his child. Okay, so this is first published March 20th, 2026. Okay, hold on. We're now at another New York Times article. This one's from March 20th. This one last month. Hold on. Trump friend asked ICE to detain the mother of his child. Paulo Zampoli, a former modeling agent. So, okay, how did a modeling agent, can we talk about that too? How did a modeling agent become the fake job of special envoy of global partnerships? Like he's a modeling agent? A modeling agent. He needs to hold jobs that have to do with representing the United States abroad. A modeling agent? That sounds strange to me. Like, why did I go to law school? You know what I mean? I don't want to be representing the United States, please. But Paulo Zampoli, a former modeling agent and longtime Trump ally, was in a custody battle over his son. An ICE official agreed to help. Here's a picture from 2016. So now we have pictures of them going back at least to 2016. Paulo at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump and his wife Melania on New Year's Eve in 2016. So they celebrated Christmas together in 2020. They were together for Christmas in 2018. They were together for New Year's in 2016. So these people, they definitely do get some FaceTime. You know, this man, Paulo, definitely gets FaceTime with Donald and Melania. Look at him sitting right there. This article is from last month, over 2 weeks ago. This is like almost a month ago, this article. Last June, the man credited with introducing President Trump to Melania asked the administration for a favor. Last June, Paulo Zampoli, a former modeling agent turned presidential special envoy, had learned that his Brazilian ex-girlfriend was in a Miami jail, arrested on charges of fraud at her workplace. They had been in a bitter custody battle over their teenage son. Now, Paulo saw an opportunity. He reached out to a top official at Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE, explaining that his ex was in the country illegally. Now, I don't know if she was in the country illegally or not, but isn't he kind of self-snitching if she was? Because all this time he's been having FaceTime with the president of the United States of America. He has been all up and down, special envoy, this, that, and the other. And his own baby mama is in the country illegally. He never decided to tell anybody that until a custody battle emerged. Interesting. He reached out to a top official. So he finds out. So just so y'all are, are we following here? Put a 4 in the chat if you're still following along here. I'm seeing some eyes start to droop. Okay. I told y'all we were going to be here all day. Try to stay together. Try to pay attention. Okay. This man who apparently allegedly introduced Melania to Donald Trump, this man who apparently allegedly used to be a modeling agent, but now he's an international diplomat, Paulo Zampoli. Okay. You have to see some 4s. Okay. Thank you. He introduced Melania and Donald, not Epstein. Don't say Epstein did it or you're getting sued. Okay, fine. Got it. And this man has his own baby mama from Brazil who is in the United States. He's in a custody battle. They have a teenage son. This other lady, her name's Amanda, and they have a teenage son. They're in a custody battle. She's from Brazil originally. And Paulo ends up finding out that his baby's mama is in jail in Miami, wanted for fraud, on hold for fraud. He takes that as an opportunity to use his connections at the highest up levels of government in this country, a world power, by the way. And he makes some calls and he says, that bitch isn't even in the country legally. Deport her. Okay, so convenient timing now after all these decades. Explaining she was in the country illegally, according to records obtained by the New York Times and a person familiar with the communications. Could she be put in ICE detention? That could help him get his son back. The official, David Venturella, another seemingly Italian, promptly called the agency's Miami office to ensure that ICE agents would pick the woman up from the jail before she was released on bail. According to the records and a person with knowledge of the conversation who requested anonymity to discuss it. During the call, Mr. Venturella noted that the case was important to someone at the White House. So this man, Venturella, David Venturella, from ICE, called the Miami jail and called the Miami ICE office, and says, hey, go pick this woman up before she gets out. It's important to somebody close to the White House. The woman, enter the chat, Amanda Unaro. Amanda Unaro, that's the woman. That's the baby's mother. Then she's not a baby, she's a teenager's mother. This is the Brazilian woman. She's in the jail. She was placed in ICE custody and ultimately she was deported. Oh my God. An outcome that may well have happened regardless of Mr. Zampoli's meddling. So she might have been deported anyway, because you know how times are right now. But the ICE officials' willingness to spring into action for a Trump ally, even one in a low-level, largely ceremonial role, reflects a recurring theme of the second Trump administration. The levers of the federal government can be pulled to settle a personal score. Mr. Zampoli, 56 years old, is known in Washington, D.C., for flaunting his proximity to the Trumps. In this case, he used his clout to solicit help from an agency beset by allegations of unlawful overreach. In an interview with the New York Times, Paulo denied asking ICE to detain Amanda Unaro or seeking any. So he denies it. He said that didn't happen. That's not true. He said he merely asked Mr. ICE agent, head of ICE, to explain what was going on with her case. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, said in a statement that Amanda Unaro was detained and deported because she was on a long expired visa and had been charged with fraud. Any suggestion that she was arrested and removed for political reasons or favors is false. This is the Department of Homeland Security. They said no special favors were pulled. As the president's special representative for global partnerships, Paulo Zampoli is a minor character in Trump's Washington, but the role does keep him within photo op range of the Trump family. and cabinet secretaries and other prominent figures in and around the administration. He throws parties at a sprawling DC townhouse where the walls are hung with pictures of him and the president, and an end table displays a copy of Melania's first book, Melania's book, Melania. In Paulo's Instagram feed, he can be seen trailing behind Melania at United Nations, standing beside Donald Trump, chief of staff, and posing with Donald's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He would say, quote, "I'm honored to have been a friend of the president for more than 30 years, a friend of the first lady for 29 years. Loyalty is king," is how he ends the post. Here's pictures of him with Susie Wiles. Here's a picture of him with Jared Kushner and Irene Delgado. That's probably my cousin. That's one of those Canary Islanders' last names. Shout out to the Tejano cousins in the chat. Mr. Zampoli and Donald Trump were fixtures of New York City nightlife in the 90s. And Mr. Zampoli, see, a lot of people forget this because Donald Trump is a politician now, but he used to be kind of like a playboy type, like ish. You know, he was a party boy. He was an eligible bachelor for like years and years and years. He was out with pretty ladies. He dated models. And he was out at the clubs in New York, not only with Zampoli, but with Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs and the rest. Allegedly, supposedly. I don't know what's real and what's not real. AI is just running amok. But they were fixtures, Paulo Zampoli and Donald Trump, in the New York City nightlife in the 1990s. As Zampoli told the Times a decade ago, they shared a common interest. Quote, "We both like beautiful things." Okay. For years, the men have told the story of how one fateful night at the Kit Kat Club in 1998, Mr. Zampoli introduced Donald Trump to Melania Naus. Now, they spell her name like this, but I have seen elsewhere that her actual spelling of her name was Melania. I'm going to type it in the thing. Melania Naus. I've seen this spelling before. I don't know which one it is. I haven't seen her, visa records or anything like that, but Melania, a model that Zampoli had recruited from Slovenia. In the city's modeling scene, Paulo Zampoli also intersected with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so who's taking notes? Get your notebook out, get your pen out. How did Zampoli intersect with Epstein? Well, at least in one way, it was through this modeling scene in New York City. Epstein, the financier, who would later be accused of abusing hundreds of girls and women, the men once discussed buying a modeling agency together, Epstein and Zampoli. So they were, potential business partners. Mr. Zampoli's name appears several times in the millions of Epstein documents recently released by the Department of Justice. In a 2011 email, for example, Mr. Epstein warned an Emirati businessman to be careful. Zampoli is trouble. Lots. He sells stories to the press. Here you see Zampoli, a much younger Zampoli, Donald Trump. You see Melania Naus. The Trumps with Mr. Zampoli and another guest at a Dolce & Gabbana event in 2002. So it's been 2 years after Melania met Epstein, about 4 years after she met Donald. She wasn't married to him until 2005. Mr. Zampoli told the New York Times in a recent interview that he did not have a close or warm relationship with Epstein, as shown by the fact that he appears less frequently in the Epstein files than many other figures, including professors, monarchs, and celebrities. At least I was included, because if you're not on the list, you're a loser, right? That's what he said about the Epstein files. Okay, so Paulo Zampoli got jokes. He said, at least I'm included at all, because if you're not on there, if you're not on there, you're a loser. Now, let's talk a little about Amanda Unaro. She's the baby, the now teenager's mother, but she was just 17 years old when she arrived in New York for the first time as a model in 2002. She flew on Epstein's plane from Paris with her French agent. She never saw Jeffrey Epstein again, she claims in an interview, but later that year, she met Mr. Zampoli at a Manhattan nightclub. Okay, let's unpack this. The same year, Amanda Unaro, 17 years old, she arrived in New York, 2002, is the same year she flew on Epstein's plane. So how did Amanda Unaro How did Amanda Unaro get to the United States? Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein's plane is how she got to the United States. I need to start taking some of these as notes because I think I'm going to need to make a obviously less than 4 hour long video about this. So what's her name? Unaro got to US via Epstein plane. All right. In 2002. 2002 also is the year. Oh, no, it's 2000. Never mind. Okay. No. I have to do these little mind maps as I go. Okay. So Amanda Unaro got on Epstein's plane, according to this New York Times article, and flew in 2002. She's 17 years old. Do you see what's going on here? A 17-year-old model gets on Epstein's plane. Now, she's from Brazil. So how is she in Paris to get on Epstein's plane, girl? It was obviously trafficking. She's the same one who years later would be deported by ICE, by not on any special favors, but maybe on special favors. She met what would ultimately become her child's father, Paulo Zampoli. So again, there's so much information in this one paragraph. Amanda Unaro was 17 years old in 2002 when she arrived in New York, flying on Epstein's plane from Paris with her French agent. Now, she did fly on Epstein's plane, but according to this article, she said she never saw Epstein again. But later that same exact year, she would meet her husband, or her then would become boyfriend, I guess. I don't know if they ever got married, Mr. Zampoli. They probably didn't ever get married because he probably liked the fact that she didn't have like a citizenship. He was 32 years old at the time, Zampoli was, and he was at a Manhattan nightclub. He wooed her as a client, so he wanted to be her manager. Persuaded her to move to the United States and began a romantic relationship with her that would last 2 decades. 20 years they were together. He claims, Zampoli said they didn't actually get together until she was 19. But I'll let y'all decide if you believe that or not. They ascended into elite social circles as Mr. Zampoli forged connections to former President Bill Clinton, the wealthy businessman Ron Burkle, and other prominent figures. So these are just two sides of the same coin, two wings of the same bird. Bill Clinton is involved too. He doesn't get off the hook. He's in these circles. I'll say that. When I say involved, I mean he's in these circles. They ascended to elite social circles. He forged connections to Bill Clinton, who was at Melania and Donald Trump's wedding in 2005. Hillary and Bill were at the wedding. At least Hillary was. I have the magazine here. We'll read it in a little while. But few of his relationships were as enduring as the one he had with the Trumps. Here he is right here. Here is Amanda Unaro. She looks very feminine. Okay, her chin, I think that's that one's convincing. She's there at an event in 2021 with Paulo Zampoli. Here's Donald Trump with his thumb up. Here is Melania. I really miss to see both of you, Zampoli wrote in a 2013 email to Melania. As you know, Donald changed my life with you that night at dinner with Copperfield. Can't spell. He was referring to an evening a decade earlier at a dinner with the illusionist David Copperfield. Mr. Trump had offered Mr. Zampoli a job in real estate. Now remember, what is Mr. Zampoli at this time? A modeling agent. A modeling agent. Okay. Now remember, he would end up with a woman who came to the United States at 17 years old on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. That's what this New York Times article says. I'm starting to see how it all works. The two couples remained friends. Mr. Zampoli and Miss Unaro both secured ambassadorships to the United Nations. Okay, that's very interesting. What does a model who came to the United States at 17 years old have any business being an ambassador to the United States? I have no idea. But she was representing Dominica and Grenada. They would all sit together at New Year's Eve parties at Mar-a-Lago, and Melania would send birthday wishes and presents to their son. OMG, you are always the best. Let's meet soon. XOXOXO, Zampoli replied to one of Melania's messages in 2015. At the tail end of Donald Trump's first term as president, Mr. Zampoli was appointed to the board of the Kennedy Center. He moved to Washington for a short time with Amanda Unaro and their son. But by 2023, Amanda was fed up. Paulo had made headlines for his boisterous parties filled with younger women and for passing around explicit text messages between himself and a woman he claimed was an S worker. So he was just embarrassing. And Amanda Unaro left Zampoli. Mistake number one, they don't want you to ever leave them. She moved to Florida and married a doctor from Brazil. Their son went to boarding school and then he lived with her. And the former couple fought over custody of the teen. Then last June, Miss Unaro and her husband were both arrested. Her husband from Brazil, her new husband. The local police, prompted by an anonymous tip, had been investigating the couple's workplace. Okay, this is a suspicious sentence in and of itself. Now, look, listen, don't come over here and do frauds. I don't think people should come over here and do frauds from other countries, especially on illegal visas. You're going to have to get back to where you came from. But it's just interesting to see how this works because definitely not everybody here on, illegal or fraudulent things is getting deported. So where do these anonymous tips come from? Which ones are acted upon? The local police were prompted by anonymous tips. They had been investigating into the couple's workplace. Which couple? Amanda Unaro and her new husband. She's done left Paulo. This was a medical spa where offerings included Botox and facelifts. I do not want to get a facelift at a medical spa, girl. Anyway, Miss Unaro and her husband were charged with fraud, practicing medicine without a license, and other crimes, and they pleaded not guilty. Ungaro's husband held a green card and was quickly released from jail on bond, but she did not have the same legal status. For years, she told the New York Times, Mr. Zampoli had dangled the prospect of marriage, which is the path of citizenship that comes with getting married to an American, and then he would take it back. Okay, so for years, Zampoli would dangle the prospect of marriage and then take it back. This was her path to citizenship. She held a string of temporary visas, the last of which expired in 2019. After her arrest, Paulo Zampoli began working his connections at ICE. He sought help from Corey Lewandowski. Okay, put a 3 in the chat. Put a 4 in the chat. You remember us talking about Corey Lewandowski recently. That's Kristi Noem, the one with the bimbo-fied husband. He's been exposed. Corey Lewandowski is the guy that Kristi Noem was apparently, supposedly, allegedly having an affair with and got asked about it in front of Congress or whatever. So he enters the chat. Okay, so apparently Paulo Zampoli asks help from Corey Lewandowski, who's apparently allegedly Kristi Noem's lover. Then he was a top aide to the Homeland Security Secretary. That's Kristi Noem. He told the Times that Mr. Lewandowski did not respond to him. Mr. Lewandowski said he never heard of that guy, and the Homeland Security statement said they had no involvement in Ungaro's case. Wait, Homeland Security? Oh, yeah, because Department of Justice is the head of ICE. Okay, got it. Right? Department of Justice is the head of ICE, not the Department of Homeland Security. I need to look into my administrative law. I don't know how the pyramid is set up, girl. Anyway, Zampoli had better luck with Mr. Venturella. So Mr. Venturella is the guy that's kind of like a head of ICE, and he was the one that called the Miami ICE and was like, hey, we got to get rid of this lady from inside the jail. We got to send her back. His back channeling noted his relationships with the president and first lady, according to the records obtained by the Times and a person familiar with his communication. This means when he was going behind her back to try to get her deported, he was trying to go any and every way to try to get Amanda Unaro, his child's mother, deported. He was saying, I'm friends with Trump. I'm friends with Trump. I'm friends with the first lady. I'm friends with them. I know them. I have connections with them. Like, he was using that as a way to get his baby mama deported. According to the New York Times, he conveyed his belief that Miss Ungaro's detention would help him gain custody of their son. So he was being very clear. He's like, I want custody of my son. This lady ain't here legally. Got to get rid of her. I know the Trumps. But Zampoli told the Times he was not asking these ICE people for a favor. He said, I asked David, he knows him first name, what was going on because I didn't know the process. He said that while he considered the Trumps to be close friends and that they were always there for him, he did not recall whether he actually did mention their names or mention that his baby's mama's detention would help him get his son. He's like, I don't remember saying all that. A spokesperson for Melania said in a statement that Melania has no knowledge of or involvement in the personal affairs of Paulo Zampoli or Miss Unaro. He also said Miss Trump, that's Melania, has had no contact or engagement with ICE. After Mr. Venturella, the ICE guy, called the Miami ICE office, Amanda, the detained lady, was placed in ICE custody. The local office kept the main ICE guy in DC updated on her status. People familiar with the outreach said in all likelihood, it didn't really alter the trajectory of her case because she had already been flagged for detention. Okay. But ICE officials have some discretion when deciding who to detain, and the agency does have specific guidance for cases that will affect children, minors. With detention centers in Florida and elsewhere stretched beyond capacity, some detainees have been released with ankle bracelets while their cases move through immigration court. When the Times informed Amanda Unaro that a senior ICE official had gotten involved in her case at the behest of Mr. Zampoli, she said she was appalled. This is crazy. She didn't know Zampoli had been involved in contacting ICE in regard to her case. She didn't know. You know how she found out? The New York Times. The New York Times told her, hey, did you know your ex, your baby daddy, he was involved? He got a senior ICE official involved because of your baby daddy? She was appalled. She said it's devastating that they could have affected what happened to me. By September, she said she had become convinced that if she remained in the detention center, she would lose custody of her son. So she asked the immigration judge to send her back to Brazil, and he did. In November, the son also asked to move to Brazil because he wanted to live with his mom. And the dad agreed. Zampoli actually agreed. That's surprising. But by the end of the year, the teenager decided he wanted to move back to the United States to live with his dad. He remains there while his parents continue fighting in court. So to remind you, this article came out in last month, March 20th. 20th, 26th, 20th, March 20th. Then you have April 9th, Melania Trump makes this surprise announcement. I had nothing to do with Epstein. I wasn't his victim. I never got on his plane. I never went to his island. These slanderous lies are slanderous lies. Okay. Fine. Let's go to the next link I have for y'all. This is also we're still on April 9th. This is a tweet. I don't know the truth or falseness of it, okay, but it's a tweet. Paulo Zampoli, who currently works for the Trump administration, says he's ready to testify under oath to Congress that he introduced President Trump and Melania Trump, not Jeffrey Epstein. It's almost like they're like, oh, you look over there. This has to do with who introduced us instead of this has to do with the whole trafficking regime is about to fall down on itself. I don't know. Paulo was a prominent modeling agent who introduced Trump to Melania at the Kit Kat Club in 1998. Paulo is connected to both Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and served on the board of the Terra Mar project. Let's see what this video says.
I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach.
Okay, so that's just like her thing saying that again. Okay. So Paulo introduced them. All right, cool. They introduced by chance. Okay, so as you know, Melania Trump came out and said that the victims of the actual Epstein victims, she's like, I'm not one of them, but the actual Epstein victims, they should have their day. They should have their moment to be able to come out and tell Congress and to have it permanently in the congressional record what their story is, should they decide or desire to tell it. Well, the survivors that same day, later that evening, came out and made a statement, or some of these survivors. Breaking: Epstein survivors release a statement in response to Melania Trump's address. Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for the people in power to do theirs. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports, and giving testimony. Asking more of them now is a deflection of responsibility. That's not justice. First Lady Melania Trump is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which still has not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, those are the people with the power. Stop barking up our tree. We've already tried to tell people. We've already said all we're going to say. Now y'all need to do something. The survivor letter says it also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs. And they sign their names: Danielle Bensky, Liz Stein, Marike Chartouni, Amanda Roberts, Sky Roberts, Jane Doe, Charlene Rochard, Jess Michaels, Jane Doe, Maria Farmer, Jess Michaels twice, Laura Bloom McGee, Rachel Benavidez, Juliette Rose Bryant, and Marina Lacerda. Okay, so they're like, no, we don't want to do a Congress hearing. Okay, we've already said everything we want to say. Can y'all do something now? Again, came out the same day as Melania's speech. Then I would like to consider this the part of the video where all hell breaks loose because Amanda Unaro starts spilling all over social media. Thank you so much to 039D29 for the $99 super chat. Thank you so much. I was traveling last week while you got monetized. All I could think of was dramatically reenacting your iconic "you thought it was safe because I was gone. Bitch, I was on the bayou, but I'm here to collect you" moment. Like, membered up and super chatting. Get it, girl. Yeah. I'm not going. I ain't going nowhere. Thank you so much. So much for the $99.99 super chat. It definitely is a huge relief that the channel has been monetized. Okay, this is interesting too. Dawn said, hold on, wait, not so fast. Paulo was first appointed under Obama. So that's a new rabbit hole. Very, very interested. Very, very interesting. Okay, I did not know that. So then Amanda starts making statements. Oh, it's gone. I think I took a picture of it. Hold on. Let me see if I have it in my camera roll. I knew it. I knew they were going to start deleting stuff. So that's now gone. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay, hold on. April 7th. Let me get to April 9th in my camera roll. Eighth. 9th. No. Golly, I took a lot of pictures on the 9th. Hold on. I'm looking for her statement because when I clicked on it, the link that I had saved, it's gone. Come on. I took a bunch of pictures on April 9th. Okay, hold on. Is this? No, that's... okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Girl. Okay, no. All right, hold on. This is nuts. Crazy. So y'all see what happens, right? When I click Amanda Ungaro's statement, This is what it says. So let me just look one more place and then I'll try to find it elsewhere because she started making statements. That's when all hell broke loose. Because it's a lot of people's opinion that Amanda Unaro, a lot of people are saying this Amanda Ungaro's statement is exactly what they were trying to get ahead of. I cannot believe that. Okay, let me try to. I take so many screenshots, but you just can't take screenshots of everything out here in the world. So let me see if I can find her statement. She has done some interviews as well, but I want her Twitter statement. Hold on. Is this it? Amanda Unaro. Oh man. God, that sucks so much. I wish I just took this picture at this point. Okay, so this is also from April 9th. This is from the same day. This is from the same day that Melania made her emergency all of a sudden speech. The same day. Amanda Unaro taped an interview. This tweet is from that day, April 9th. Amanda Unaro taped an interview with Spain's El País, whatever. I don't know, Pies, I don't know how to say that. Airing this weekend. Amanda Unaro and Zampoli were together for 2 decades, moved in elite circles, attended events at Mar-a-Lago, etc. Paulo Zampoli, a friend of Melania who brought her to the U.S. and now works for the White House. Here is one of Amanda's surviving statements. Look, April 8th. Uh-oh. 10:51. Hello. Are y'all still with me? Put a 5 in the chat if you're still with me. April 8th, the day before Melania came out and did this surprise statement. Donald Trump knew she wanted to say something about Epstein, didn't know what it was going to be. Stunned reporters in the front entrance hall of the White House. April 9th, you know what happened the night before at 10:51 p.m.? Amanda Unaro tweeted this. Hello, Melania. I was around you for 20 years. You knew I was inside ICE, and you know what hurts after all this time? I stayed close to your family. Your mother and father? Come to think of it, I don't know nothing about Melania Trump's mother and father. Do you? Put a 5 in the chat if you're with me. This was not even 24 hours before Melania's emergency meeting. This was tweeted. Hello, Melania. I was around you for 20 years. You knew I was inside ICE. You know what hurts after all this time? I stayed close to your family, your mother and your father, not because of you, but because of them, at events and everything else. So shut your mouth when speaking about me, because I will expose everything I know. Is this maybe what Melania? Put a 6 in the chat if this might be what Melania was trying to get out in front of. She said on April 9th, 2026, 1 o'clock in the morning, I will tear down your corrupt system, even if it's the last thing I do in my life. I will go all the way. I am not afraid. Maybe you should be afraid of what I know, of who you are, and of who your husband is. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. You take away a woman's first and only born, you make it to where she's without her own child, she'll have nothing else to lose and nothing else to fear. That I know. That I know. Now, some might say, why didn't she say any of this before she had a personal vested interest? Try to keep up, y'all. They were obviously holding her child over her head. She was obviously in the country, not legally. She obviously knew her baby daddy was very politically powerful. Clearly, they choose, in my opinion, these types of women who are vulnerable, who do have these vulnerabilities on purpose so they can control them. And in my opinion, what appears to be nothing short of human trafficking. But now she don't have that to lose. She's already deported, so she don't have that to lose. And her kid had came back with her. Her teenager had come back to Brazil. He don't like Brazil. He didn't grow up in Brazil. He's American. He's an American kid. So he wanted to be in America. So now she's separated from her child. And on April 9th, on April 8th, she starts tweeting, "I will expose you." She starts tweeting on April 8th. Look, April 8th, the day before Melania's speech. "Hello, Melania. I was around you for 20 years. You knew I was inside ICE being detained. And you know what hurts after all this time? I stayed close to your mom and your dad. You want me to expose what I know about them? Not because of you, but because of them. At events and everything else. So shut your mouth when you speak about me, because I will expose everything I know." 1:00 in the morning on April 9th. 1:00 in the morning on April 9th. "I will tear down your corrupt system, even if it's the last thing I do in my life. I will go all the way. I am not afraid. Maybe you should be afraid of what I know, of who you are, and of who your husband is." That is the same day Melania made the speech. April 9th. This was 1 in the morning. By that afternoon, Melania had made a speech telling people to stop lying about her or she's going to sue them. Here's an article from March. So we're going back in time a little bit to March 24th. Brazilian former model says Donald Trump ally used influence to have her deported amid child custody battle. And an exclusive interview with O Globo, Amanda Unaro says Paulo Zampoli, a White House-linked envoy, asked ICE to detain her and later contacted prosecutors about the couple's son's testimony. Amanda Unaro arrived in Brazil in October 2025 on a deportation flight from the United States, ending a 23-year life in the country. In an exclusive interview with O Globo in February, so 2 months ago, the former model said her removal followed the intervention of her ex-partner, Italian businessman Paulo Zampoli, a figure with long-standing ties to political power in Washington. "They came in at 6 a.m, pulled me into the hallway in my pajamas with my face turned to the wall and took our passports. They handcuffed me and my husband in front of my son." And remember, the husband is not the son's father. Zampoli is. "He was also taken to the station because he's a minor and I had no one to leave him with." Unaro lived in the United States from 2002 when she arrived on Epstein's plane from Paris until she was deported in 2025. A report published last week in the New York Times, which we did read, lent support to her account, stating Zampoli contacted a senior immigration official and sought to have Unaro transferred to a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention facility before she could be released on bond. According to the report, Zampoli's objective was to regain custody of their 15-year-old son, Giovanni, amid an ongoing custody battle. Zampoli, 56 years old, currently serves as special envoy, blah, blah, blah. On social media, he presents himself as a member of the Kennedy Center's board of trustees and frequently appears alongside high-profile figures, including FIFA President Gianni Infantino, Trump advisor Jared Kushner, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He was born in Milan. So, I mean, it's immigrants behaving badly, girl. They come from Italy. They come from Brazil. They do trafficking. They do, whatever they're doing over here. They run amok from Slovenia and every otherwhere else. And then we have to deal with the fallout. Their relationship deepened over time. Oh, wait, hold on. He moved to New York in the mid-90s where he met Donald Trump, and their relationship deepened over time, particularly during Trump's presidential campaign, when questions emerged about Melania's immigration status during her early career. Paulo said he had helped secure her work visa through his role as a modeling agent. At the time, in 1996, he was working with New York-based Metropolitan Models. The following year, he founded his own modeling agency called ID Models. Now, Amanda Unaro described her ex, Zampoli, as embodying a lifestyle that resonated with Trump's circle. Daily lunches at, Cipriani in New York. lavish birthday parties, and at times featuring exotic animals such as tiger cubs, and a social orbit filled with models, champagne, and tabloid attention. During their 19-year relationship, she said Paulo brought her to parties hosted by music mogul Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, who's currently serving a 4-year prison sentence for transporting women for prostitution, and to yacht gatherings she also went to, attended by celebrities and members of European royal families. Ooh, we're getting close. We're getting close. She went to Diddy parties and yacht parties attended by European so-called supposed royals. At these events, Zampoli, according to Amanda, his ex, he often brought his own waiter to ensure no one tampered with his drinks. That's a little truth bomb right there. When she would go to yacht parties, and when he would go to yacht parties and to Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' parties, he would bring his own waiter to make sure nobody messed with his drinks. That's telling you something without saying it, isn't it? When Trump won for president in 2016, Paulo acted like he got elected president too. We were suddenly invited everywhere. At New Year's parties at Mar-a-Lago. We and one other couple were the only ones at the table with Donald Trump and Melania. So is this her Mossad handler this whole time? All these years? Who is this? Who's this man? Zampoli's social circle also overlapped with Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was a frequent visitor to ID Models. That's the agency founded by Paulo. He made his own agency so then he could just start, hiring these foreign models for jobs. You see how this works? He had his own agency, ID Models. Epstein was a frequent visitor to ID Models, the agency founded by Zampoli, and the two once explored acquiring Elite Model Management. And Elite Model Management is the one that was featured on either Project Runway or America's Next Top Model. I don't remember which one it was. But Elite Model Management has come under fire of its own lately. So Jeffrey Epstein and this Paulo Zampoli guy, they even were going to buy Elite Model Management in 2004. Zampoli's name appears repeatedly in documents released as part of the Epstein investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice. Now, Amanda Unaro, she's now in Brazil, deported. She's been invited but not subpoenaed to testify before the U.S. House Oversight Committee investigating the case. So now I'm starting to wonder, is Melania maybe stuck in between a rock and a hard place? Maybe she is friends with this Amanda girl. She doesn't really have as much power as Trump, but she's like, you know what? F this. How about if y'all want to come and do if Epstein survivors, maybe like the ones who came as 17-year-olds on Jeffrey Epstein's plane to the United States, maybe y'all want to come and testify. Maybe this is Melania's way of trying to help her friend out to come before Congress and tell her story. I really don't know. I can only speculate. She said she encountered Epstein once, this is Amanda, in 2002 when she boarded a flight from Paris to New York on one of his planes known as the Lolita Express. She was traveling with her agent. Who was her agent? This freak, Jean-Luc Brunel. He was a French modeling scout. Okay, but these models ended up at Diddy parties and yacht parties. So try to just use your brain and put together what you might think might have actually been going on, because they do call anything. Jean-Luc Brunel was Amanda Unaro's modeling agent. He was the French scout who brought her on the Lolita Express, Jeffrey Epstein's plane, from France to New York. She was 17 years old at the time. Now, Brunel was later accused of recruiting young women for Epstein. Hello? Later that year, she met Zampoli in New York. She said there were around 30 girls on the plane. I found it very strange. They looked more like students than models. Very young, beautiful, but not with a model's profile. And that's something that I started noticing about a lot of these so-called supposed models. Melania Trump looked like a man in a wig. Let's be honest. She looked very manly. She wasn't a beautiful person at the time. She had extraordinarily bushy eyebrows, harsh features. She didn't look quite ugly enough to be a model, but she also was obviously not beautiful and graceful enough to be a model either. So if she was, she would have been on front covers of stuff. She just wasn't. She was used as like a B-rate model at best, but she sure was going to, parties and modeling shows and catwalks and things like this. So it just starts to make you wonder, like, what's really going on here? What's going on here with these 30 girls on a plane? Looking back, Unaro said she immediately felt something was off. Many of the girls appeared to be between 14 and 16 years old. Remember, she was only 17. Some seemed familiar with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who is now serving a 20-year prison sentence in Texas for ST. Some of them sat on his lap, stayed up close, playing around, adding that Maxwell also appeared very at ease with these children. It felt like they already knew each other. It didn't seem like a group of strangers meeting for the first time. Those people hadn't just met like I had just met them. When Ghislaine learned that Unaro was Brazilian, she reacted enthusiastically. "Oh, how nice that you're from Brazil," Ghislaine said. At one point, Amanda Unaro said Epstein and Maxwell went to the back of the plane, accompanied by some of the girls. Amanda Unaro said she kept to herself throughout the flight. It was a long flight from France to the U.S. She did not interact with the passengers. She and Zampoli were together for nearly 20 years. Remember, they met the same year she flew to the United States with Jean-Luc Brunel on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. She said that when their relationship began in 2002, she was 17 years old. She was a model. She had a promising career. While he was 32 years old, he was a modeling agent based in New York. After a brief separation in 2018, the relationship ended definitively in 2021, following reports of an extramarital affair. So what does that mean? Extramarital, they got married? In 2023, so their relationship finally ended in 2021. Okay, so they got together in 2002. She's 17 years old, basically, definitely still a minor. Basically a child still herself. She gets flown on a plane by this Jean-Luc Brunel on Jeffrey Epstein's plane with 30 other girls. Girls is what she called them. Many appearing to be between 14 and 16 years old. They go to the back of the plane, some of these girls with Jeffrey and Ghislaine. She meets her fiance, her boyfriend. They never got married. She meets her boyfriend, who's also a modeling agent. So she basically just gets passed off, is what it seems like to me. Jean-Luc Brunel brings her over from Paris. And she's not from Paris. She's from Brazil. So how'd she get to Paris and what were they doing there? On Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express, she meets her would-be 19-year boyfriend and end up being baby daddy, who's very politically powerful himself, the same year when she's 17 years old. But then, almost 20 years later, 2021, they're done. After reports of an extramarital affair. But what do we learn from her? They never got officially married. If they did, she would have a citizenship or a green card or whatever. Now, in 2023, she moved to Florida. She left her son at a boarding school. And the next year, 2024, Giovanni, her son, came to live with her and remained there until she was arrested. She married a Brazilian physician, João Batista Cunha Araujo, in 2024. She got married to him, 2024. According to Amanda Unaro, tensions escalated after her baby daddy, Paulo Zampoli, learned of the relationship. If he can't have you, nobody can. Put a 7 in the chat if you know how it got. He began questioning her immigration status at that time. 2 days before her attorney filed a new child support claim against Zampoli, she was arrested along with her husband. So they were about to be asking for child support, and he said, no, you're going to get deported instead. Authorities in Aventura, Florida, part of the Miami metropolitan area, said that at the time of the couple's arrest, this was in June of 2025, they had received anonymous complaints alleging that the husband, Amanda's new husband, who's Brazilian, was operating an unlicensed medical clinic. The charges included practicing medicine without a license, grand theft, and organized fraud. And he should face charges for this if he really did it. The couple denies any wrongdoing. The husband said he was not practicing medicine in the United States at the time. He was actually teaching while working to regularize his credentials. I don't know what that means. He now holds a certification as a physician's assistant. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security said Amanda Unaro was detained and deported for overstaying her visa and facing fraud-related allegations, rejecting claims of political motivation. So the Department of Homeland Security has rejected claims of political motivation or interference by Zampoli. Contacted by O Globo, which is, I think, a Spanish publication, or maybe it's a Brazilian one, Portuguese. I don't know. I thought I remember it saying it was from Spain. But anyway, contacted by this publication, Paulo Zampoli says he only wishes the best for his baby mama. He dismissed her claims that he was behind her arrest and deportation. He said that was absurd. He said that after speaking with the Florida State Prosecutor Stacey Cleveland, he was told the allegations involving the clinic where she and her husband worked had already been under investigation for about 3 years. Unaro, already been under investigation for about 3 years. When was it that their relationship ended? Again, 2021. When did she move to Miami? 2023. How many years ago was that? 3. So it could have still been the case. He's the one that had him under investigation even 3 years ago. 3 years they've been investigating the Amanda and her current husband. Unaro disputes the Department of Homeland Security's account. She said her immigration status was in transition, and she provided documents that she says support that claim because her husband holds a green card. She argues she was eligible for residency through marriage, though she acknowledged she did not have a valid visa from 2019 to 2024. And this is your reminder to make sure you got your valid visa. Okay. She also points to a 2018 out-of-court agreement in which she says Paulo Zampoli committed to helping her regularize her immigration status and provides financial support. A document obtained by this O Globo periodical shows the two sought a private settlement agreement and he agreed to support her immigration process and provide financial assistance while acting in Giovanni's best interest, their son's best interest. After their final separation in 2021, none of those commitments were fulfilled. Zampoli said, wait, if Trump wins the next election, we'll sort out your visa situation and passport. Okay, here's the settlement agreement. We get a little picture of it here. This is nice to see. This is a public record. Settlement agreement. Amanda Unaro and Paulo Zampoli hereby agree as follows. Each party has fired his or her current lawyer and is now unrepresented and agreed to provide written proof of this within 24 hours of signing this agreement. If there are any future disputes, the parties agree to mediation in the first instance and family court if disputes cannot be resolved through mediation. The parties agree not to rehire their present lawyers. If they do, they are responsible for their own legal fees. Paulo will return clothing and personal affairs. I think that's supposed to say affects to Amanda. The parties will cooperate to assist Amanda in getting a visa. The intent of the parties is to resolve all disputes and cooperate in the best interests of the child to have Amanda remain in New York with access to both parents. I think this is a shoddy agreement. I think it's supposed to be to have Giovanni remain in New York with access to both parents. And they signed it. This is 2018. Now, Amanda Unaro says she chose to return to Brazil partially out of fear of losing custody of her son while she was in detention. Her husband remains in Florida under electronic monitoring, so he's got the ankle bracelet on. After her return, the New York Supreme Court authorized her son's relocation to Brazil in November 2025. Okay, so she returned to Brazil and the court said, okay, your son can go there with you. Weeks later, in December 2025, she filed a complaint alleging that Paulo had unlawfully taken the child back to the United States. On social media, Zampoli offered a different account, saying the teenager chose to return on his own. He bought the ticket with his miles and said, Dad, I love America and I want to stay here forever. Okay, I don't believe really fully either of these accounts. If you're 15 years old, you really don't have the choice legally to just fly across the country. Like you're a minor. Your parents do have to agree to it to some extent. And she was the one who had custody, apparently, because he was in Brazil. So that's interesting little wrinkle there. A message obtained by O Globo shows that weeks after Giovanni, that's the son, returned to the United States, Zampoli, that's the dad, again invoked his influence, stating that his son would give a statement to the Florida state prosecutor, Stacey Cleveland, and that the record would be forwarded to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. So look, they're using Pam Bondi, they're using Corey Lewandowski, Kristi Noem, they're using their connections, they're going to Mar-a-Lago, they're saying they know Trump, they're calling up the ICE people. In the same message, Paulo refers to Jay Clinton, a name that appears to point to Jay Clayton, who Trump appointed to serve as U.S. Attorney in Manhattan. Pam Bondi and Clayton are involved in handling Jeffrey Epstein's case. Hello? You see the webbing? Do you see the webbing? Do you see the web is webbing? Hold on, I got to write that one down. There's the Pam Bondi, who's now fired, in part because of her handling of the Epstein situation. There's Jay Clayton, who this Paulo guy was saying that he was going to look. He sent a message. He said his son was going to give a statement to Stacey Cleveland, who's the Florida state prosecutor, and that record of his statement would be forwarded. So this lady's already deported. Okay. Amanda Unaro is already deported, but they're now still trying to go after the dad, the stepdad, the husband, the Brazilian guy. They had arrested him. He's on ankle monitor. Now they're still trying to get the son now to make statements against his mom. According to this article, this O Globo is the author of the article. They're saying that they are in possession of messages that show this. He refers to Jay Clinton. We think he's probably talking about Jay Clayton, who's the U.S. attorney in Manhattan. But Bondi and Clayton were involved in handling the Jeffrey Epstein case. Sorry, I'm just writing my note here. Remember, Amanda Unaro came over here on Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express in 2002. She met her baby daddy that same year. The Madam Cardi, oh girl. Hold on. I just got slapped in the face with Madam Cardi. Cardi B? Cardi what? Bondi and Clayton are involved in handling the Epstein case. The Madam Cardi referenced in the message is the attorney appointed by a U.S. court to represent the child, Giovanni's best interest in the custody dispute. Okay. Madam Cardi. What the hell? You need to call my son Giovanni on WhatsApp because his mother disconnected his phone service. Additionally, he's not particularly willing to speak with you at the moment. He is going to testify in front of the state attorney of Florida, Stacey Cleveland, in Moosme. I guess this was supposed to be Miami. And the file will be referred to Jay Clinton, I think that's Jay Clayton, and Pam Bondi. Meanwhile, Amanda's husband is sending emails to Giovanni and causing disturbances. Finally, Giovanni had another ticket today to return to Brazil, which he personally canceled. Okay, but at the behest of who? We are not appearing before any judge. I am not represented by an attorney, and I will not be in New York anytime soon, as I'm currently on a mission. Amanda Unaro said this would not be the first time that Paulo has tried to use his influence to obtain favors within the government. I will continue fighting to have my son returned to my custody. So it seems like Giovanni went to visit his dad in Florida or wherever they were, and he didn't go back to Brazil, even though Amanda had been given custody. She had been given permission to have Giovanni fly over there back to Brazil to be with her. She also said she received emails from Zampoli that she interprets as threats, often referencing his proximity to Trump. In one message reviewed by this publication, he wrote that my position serving the president is not forever. She should allow him to complete his work to help secure their son's future rather than expose him to unnecessary harm. But in the same communication, he suggests that public exposure of the case, including media attention and potential testimony related to Jeffrey Epstein, could harm their son's chances of being admitted to prestigious universities. When asked by the publication why he contacted Cleveland, despite no apparent direct connection to the case, Paulo Zampoli said that he was concerned about his son's safety, and he ended the call. Okay. So that again, this article's from last month, March 24th, 2026. So Amanda Unaro starts tweeting up a storm. We did read 2 of her tweets, but then people start asking if all of this could have occurred right before our very eyes with somebody who was at the table with Melania and Donald Trump at Christmas at Mar-a-Lago, at New Year at Mar-a-Lago, after Trump's inauguration, at the inauguration after party. And she was trafficked over here on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, and she was basically passed off from one elite to another. Then doesn't this kind of raise questions about Melania Trump herself? People start asking. People start asking. Next link I want to bring up. Now, it's widely known that, or speculators said, it's common knowledge, I should say, Melania Trump is Slovenian. She's from a country called Slovenia. But Dr. Sam Youssef, PhD, MSc, DPT, blue check mark on Twitter claims even that is a lie. Melania Trump is not from Slovenia. I don't know where this video came from, but I don't see a community note under it, and it was posted the same day as Melania's speech, April 9th. Let's see if we can spot what they're trying to say is a lie.
Afternoon to you.
Well, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm fine. This lady right here next to you?
Melania Knaus from New York, from Austria.
Hello there, Melania.
Nice to meet you too.
Are you here to buy Churchill Downs by chance?
This is Melania Knaus from where? Austria? One more time.
Melania Knaus from New York, from Austria.
Hello there, Melania.
Nice to meet you too.
Are you here to buy Churchill Downs by chance?
Well, I'm certainly looking at it. Certainly beautiful. I can't imagine a better investment. I'm here because a friend of mine has a horse racing today.
Maybe he just didn't know where she was from. Maybe he couldn't be bothered. But that seems like, especially like if you're an American and you are dating someone who's born in another country, usually you know where they're from. But maybe, Donald Trump was just such a playboy. He was dating all these different girls. Who knows? Could be nothing. Could be a fake, it could be a fake AI video. However, there's no community note, and it's from 5 days ago. Usually, if something's fake, he'll say it. But who knows? Who knows? Now, other pictures start showing up because Melania, remember, on April 9th, this is from April 10th, was posted. Melania looking very masculine in this particular picture, especially the shoulder to hip ratio here. This one right here kind of gives it away to me. The square jaw, the cleft chin. It's giving man. I'm sorry, it just is. Not that I'm the transvestigator by any means. Not my business, not my problem. But Melania said unequivocally she had no connections to Epstein. Yeah, she might have sent that one little tribal email, not trivial, tribal email to Ghislaine, but that's not proof of anything other than a little tribal email. So people are like, okay, girl, like we were leaving you the hell alone. You could have just sat there, ate your food, said nothing. What's this then? Can you want to bother explaining this? Just one little tribal email. Here's another picture of you and Ghislaine together with Donald. You care to explain that? No? Okay, what about this next picture? Again, Ghislaine, Melania, Donald Trump, and now Naomi Campbell. Here's Melania with Ghislaine, as well as Donald and Naomi Campbell in 2002. This is the year that Amanda Unaro came over here on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. This is just weeks after Melania and Ghislaine exchanged emails where Maxwell called her Sweet Pea and Melania said, "Love Melania." Okay. She's starting at this point to start getting that look, starting to look like that. She's now thankfully plucked the eyebrows down. She's gonna have a hard time like with these pictures floating around. Now she's been saying some of these pictures are fake, but again, she didn't point to which ones are fake. And I think this looks real to me. Naomi looks very friendly with Ghislaine. Yeah. Thank you so much to Tatted Little Tiger for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Thank you, Wicked Vixen, for becoming a new member. Thank you so much to 39D29 for becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Gesundheit for becoming a member. And shout out to Amber TSW for gifting 10 live show memberships. If you got one of those memberships, make sure to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So not only that, but remember how Amanda Unaro had claims to have gone to Diddy parties and yacht parties with European royalty. Well, here's a picture right here. I don't know. Again, I don't know which ones are real and which ones are fake. This appears to be real, of Melania at not once, but twice in pictures with Diddy. Melania also wants everyone to know she was not at the Diddy parties either. Looks like it is Getty images here. If they're fake, then she needs to come out and specify which ones are fake. There she is, dressed like a low-class Jezebel, working woman. I think I can even see some areola here. This is trashy. All right, this is trashy. Melania Trash is maybe what she could go by. But right there with Diddy. And, when you're young, you can kind of have your little titty out moment. But, girl, like, you're a mother. Like, this is ridiculous. You look like a common OF girl, and you were supposed to be the first lady. Okay, anyway, so there's her with Diddy. Now, remember Howard Lutnick? When people ask about Howard Lutnick, she doesn't answer it, okay? She walks away immediately when being asked about Howard Lutnick. That's interesting to me. Now, this picture, is it real? Is it not real? I don't know. Okay, but this kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of the type of work Melania was doing. Again, this could be fake. These could be fake pictures. She did say some of the pictures circulating around are fake. Are they all fake? Look, here's Donald Trump, Melania. This looks like a disgraced, no longer Prince Andrew. There's Epstein. These could be fake. I don't know. I'm going to tell y'all where I got them. Anonymous, You're Anon News, Melania, Jeffrey Who. I don't know which one of these are real and which one of these are fake. I don't know if that is Melania, but girl, it would be very helpful if she would clarify which fake pictures are fake. Let's see. Another picture of Ghislaine, Donald Trump, and Melania. Melania at a hookers and pimp party. That was the theme. Posing with the woman who procured children for Jeffrey Epstein to R. Trump and Melania didn't wear costumes. Well, I mean, do you have to wear a costume if you're already that every day in your own costume? I don't know. I don't know if that's what was going on. But how about some White House officials reportedly disagreed with Melania Trump's statement? This came out the day after her speech came out, the day after she made her speech, and 2 days after Amanda Unaro started threatening to expose her. Some folks at the White House ain't happy about Melania's Thursday statement in which she denied having any relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. A handful of officials were stunned by the timing of her remarks, according to a Thursday tweet from CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. She explained one official said there was disagreement among those close to Melania as to whether or not to go through with these remarks, given that the story had died down. Yeah. Why did she come out here and make the statements? It's probably because she was trying to get out in front of the Amanda Unaro fallout. The source noted Melania saw the stories still circulating and wanted to go on the record with firm denial. TMZ reached out to the White House, no word back. We covered the shocking statement Thursday. President Donald Trump's wife, spoke on camera from the White House Thursday afternoon to flat out deny she was ever friends with Jeffrey Epstein or his accomplice, Ghislaine, which makes things like this and this and this and this kind of hard to reconcile. She spoke on camera from the White House Thursday to flat out deny that she was ever friends with Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. She also claimed she had no knowledge of their crimes. As for the frequent run-ins with Epstein and Maxwell, Melania said they were simply invited to some of the same parties. As you know, the Oversight Committee, led by Republicans, already had former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton give depositions regarding their knowledge about and relationships with Epstein. Also, they had Les Wexner do depositions. The Trumps, however, have not been questioned. Epstein was convicted in 2008 in Florida on state charges for soliciting you-know-what from a minor. He served a year in jail. In 2019, he was arrested on federal ST charges and found supposedly dead by unalives. To self, I think he's still alive, walking around free and fine. But, I'm a conspiracy theorist. What do I know? According to official reports, he's unalive, and I have no knowledge to the contrary. Maxwell, for her part, is serving a 20-year federal prison sentence for ST and conspiring to groom and abuse underage girls for Epstein. So even some people in the White House are not particularly excited that Melania came out and made this statement. But I wonder if those officials in the White House knew that the Amanda Unaro allegations were about to drop. Now, according to the Daily Beast, on the same day that Melania made her speech, even Donald Trump himself didn't know she was going to be making a speech. This is different from what we learned from the New York Times. This is the Daily Beast. White House goons blindsided by Melania's Epstein bombshell. Officials within the Trump White House are saying they were completely caught off guard by First Lady Melania Trump's on-camera statement in which she denied having any sort of relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Her husband, who's the president, Donald Trump, who shared a decades-long friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, has repeatedly insisted that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax and urged his supporters to stop discussing the matter. But his wife, going public with a statement calling upon Congress to hear the testimony of Epstein's victims, reportedly took the president and his staff by surprise. Okay, that's not what we heard from the New York Times, though, is it? In a phone call with MS Now correspondent Jacqueline Alamany, Trump himself claimed he didn't know anything about what his wife was going to say. Quote, "She didn't know him," the president said of Epstein before hanging up the call with the reporter. She tweeted about it. Jacqueline Alamany said, "Just got off a quick call with the president, who said he didn't know anything about Flotus's statement prior to her on-camera appearance, but that he was in a meeting about the war and couldn't speak further. She didn't know him," and abruptly hung up the phone. One White House official also told MS Now that they were not expecting Melania to make such a statement. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich reported that the White House reporters were given no heads up on this. They had not been given any information from them now, including whether or not the president was aware she would be making the statement. It's unclear to us, according to the White House correspondent, she says, it's unclear to us if she's reacting to something that's already happened, already come out, or if she's getting ahead of a story that might be about to drop. This was on Fox News. CNN, however, reported that a White House source told them they did get a heads up that Melania's statement was coming, but the outlet reported that sources on Capitol Hill were still unprepared for the First Lady's remarks. In an article from the New York Post ahead of her speech, her business advisor, Mark Beckman, said Melania's action-oriented right now and looking to impact people's lives. Yeah, that's pretty vague. Whose life is she looking to impact? Her own husband? What do you mean she's action-oriented right now? Is she trying to take down Paolo? Was Melania an Austrian, Russian, honeypot spy from the very first moment? Was she always working for Paulo? Was she always working against Paulo? The conspiracy theories are starting to run rampant in my mind. Beckman did not tell the Post ahead of time what she would say, but promised that the speech would spread internationally. It'll be big, he told the outlet. The White House did not respond to the Daily Beast request for more clarity. During her prepared remarks before reporters at the White House, Melania denied ever having a relationship with Epstein or having any knowledge about his crimes or victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant. I was never on Epstein's plane, and I never visited his private island. I've never been legally accused or convicted of a crime, legally accused or convicted of a crime in connection with Epstein's ST, abuse of you-know-what, or other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. She also said she never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, but then there's these pictures. One document in the tranche of files the DOJ released on Epstein was email correspondence that appeared to be between Melania and Ghislaine. This was the email. Dear G! ! How are you? This is the tribal email. Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein and New York Mag. You look great in the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. This is from Melania to Ghislaine. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a great time. The future First Lady signed the email. Love, Melania. So there's two important things in this email that I want to go over with y'all. First of all, it's 2002 that she sent this email. 2002 is the same year Amanda Unaro came over on a plane, namely Jeffrey Epstein's plane. 2002, the same year. The other thing I wanted to show y'all is this New York Magazine article. Because look, Melania, seemingly out of nowhere, emails Ghislaine Maxwell. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein and New York Mag. You look great in the picture. I know you're very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. She wanted to come back to Palm Beach. Call me when you're back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. This would have been 4 years after she met Donald Trump. So I thought we could take a look at the New York Magazine article from around or about that year. I do have it in my Epstein web. So let me pull that up. As you can see, October 28th, 2002, Jeffrey Epstein. This is 2002. 2002 is 25 years ago. 2024, whatever. This is the article that Melania Trump emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about. Great write-up about Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so for somebody that don't know Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, now Melania is trying to call this simply a tribal email, simply a trivial little email, being friendly. But it does appear to be a little bit more than that, because she's saying, how are you, Ghislaine? Nice story about Jeffrey in New York Magazine. Interesting she would care about a story about someone she doesn't know, right? You look great in the picture. Okay, so this is the article. Let's see. This is a nice story, according to Melania Naus in 2002. She emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about this story. Nice story about J.E. Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery. Terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. He's pals with a passel, or a passel, I don't know what that is, of Nobel Prize winning scientists, CEOs like Les Wexner of the Limited, socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, even Donald Trump. But it wasn't until he flew Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker to Africa on his private Boeing 727 that the world began to wonder who he is. International money man of mystery. This is the article. Bill Clinton has a new pal. This is from 2002. He comes with cash to burn, a fleet of airplanes, and a keen eye for the ladies. To say nothing of a relentless brain that challenges Nobel Prize winning scientists across the country. And for financial markets around the world, ever since the Post's page 6 ran an item about the president, that's Bill Clinton, late September visit to Africa with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker. Y'all remember when Bill Clinton went on Jeffrey Epstein's plane to Africa with Kevin Spacey? Yeah, that happened. The question of the day has been, who in the world is Jeffrey Epstein? It's a life full of question marks. Epstein is said to run $15 billion for wealthy clients. Yet, aside from Limited's founder, Les Wexner, his client list is a closely held secret. We still trying to get the Epstein client list. This 25 years ago, 24, whatever it was. Epstein, a former Dalton math teacher, maintains a peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists, yet possesses no bachelor's degree. Isn't that interesting? No bachelor's degree. So we have models being diplomats to other countries, modeling agents becoming people that are the right hand, at the table with Donald Trump, and people with no bachelor's degrees managing $15 billion for the world's elite. It just doesn't add up. Put an 8 in the chat if that don't add up to you. This is not a meritocracy. This is a who you sleep with tocracy is what it looks like to me. A former Dalton math teacher, he maintains a peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists, yet possesses no bachelor's degree. For more than 10 years, he's been linked to Manhattan, London society figure Ghislaine Maxwell, daughter of the mysteriously deceased media titan Robert Maxwell. That's the one who bought the company that taught us propaganda in our history books. Jeffrey lives the life of a bachelor, logging 600 hours a year in his various planes as he scours the world for investment opportunities. He owns what is said to be Manhattan's largest private house, yet he runs his business from a 100-acre private island in St. Thomas. Is that Epstein Island? Power on Wall Street has generally accrued to those who have made their open bids for it. Soros, Wasserstein, Kravis, Weil. The sturm and drang of their successes and failures has been played out in the public. Epstein breaks the mold. Most everyone on the street has heard of him, but nobody seems to know what the hell he is up to. That's just the way he likes it. My belief, according to one well-known investor, is that Jeff maintains some sort of money management firm. Though you won't get a straight answer from him. Maybe he was just a human trafficker. Y'all ever thought of that? Put a 10 in the chat. You ever thought maybe he was just trafficking humans to rich people, getting them from Slovenia or Austria or Russia or Ukraine or Brazil or wherever, bringing them to parties on yachts, parties with Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, and trying to marry them off. It's a win-win. They get either a baby that they can have to get a path to citizenship, a man that can take care of them, or, who knows, organ trafficking, who knows? You won't get a straight answer from Jeffrey, though. Remember, why are we reading this article? Why do I care about this article from October 2002? It's because Melania Trump, at the time Melania Naus, emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about this very article. She said, nice write-up about Epstein in the New York magazine. He once told me, this well-known investor, saying Jeffrey Epstein once told him he had 300 people working for him. I've also heard he manages Rockefeller money. But one never knows. It's like looking at the Wizard of Oz. There may be less there than meets the eye. Now, there's another prominent Wall Streeter who said he's this mysterious Gatsby-esque type of figure. He likes people to think that he's very rich, and he cultivates this air of aloofness. The whole thing is weird. The wizard that meets the eye is spare and fit, with a long jaw, big long chin, and carefully coiffed head of silver hair. He looks like a taller, younger Ralph Lauren. A raspy Brooklyn accent betrays his Coney Island origins. So he's from Coney Island, but he kind of fakes his Brooklyn accent, is what this New York Magazine article is saying. He spends an hour and 15 minutes every day doing advanced yoga with his personal instructor. Who travels with him everywhere he goes. He's an enthusiastic member of the Trilateral Commission and a Council on Foreign Relations. He dresses casually, jeans, open-necked shirts, sneakers. He's rarely seen in a tie. Indeed, those close to him say the reason he quit his board seat at the Rockefeller Institute was he hated wearing a suit. It feels like a dress, he told one friend. Epstein likes to tell people that he's a loner, a man who's never touched alcohol or drugs, and one whose nightlife is far hold on. From energetic. His nightlife is far from energetic. But yet, if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges. I've known Jeff for 15 years, Donald Trump said in 2002. Think about that. Terrific guy, Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. Okay, this is where that quote comes from. Many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Melania Trump emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about this article and said it was a nice article. In a trivial little email. She's now trying to say it's a trivial email. Donald Trump did an interview for this article and said, I know Jeffrey Epstein. He's a lot of fun. He likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, he enjoys his social life. But beautiful women are only a part of it, because here's the thing about Epstein. As some collect butterflies, he collects beautiful minds. I invest in people, he said. Be it politics or science, it's what I do. And his latest prize edition is the former president, Bill Clinton. In his eyes, Bill Clinton, as a species, represents the highest evolutionary form of the political animal. To be up close to him, as he was during the African journey, is akin to seeing the rarest of beasts on a safari. Okay, why wasn't why wasn't Bill Clinton flying on like Air Force One or something else? I guess he wasn't the president at that time anymore. And what were they doing over there in Africa? Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Jeffrey Epstein on the Lolita Express. Want to take any guesses? Actually, don't, because I don't want to get kicked off of the internet. If you were a boxer, wait, hold on. As Jeffrey Epstein put it to his friend upon his return from Africa, if you were a boxer at the downtown gymnasium at 14th Street and Mike Tyson walked in, your face would have the same look as these foreign leaders had when Clinton entered the room. He was the world's greatest politician. Clinton, okay, so they actually got a statement from Bill Clinton about Jeffrey Epstein in this article. This is the statement from Bill Clinton in 2002. Quote, Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and an in-depth knowledge of 21st century science. This is according to Bill Clinton's spokesperson. I especially appreciated his insights and generosity during the trip to Africa to work on democratization, empowering the poor, citizen service, and combating HIV. Before Clinton, Epstein's rare appearances in the gossip columns tended to be speculation as to the true nature of his relationship with socialite Ghislaine Maxwell. So remember, for a while, Ghislaine was way more famous than Jeffrey. She was a New York socialite. Her father was someone who, according to reports, worked for Mossad, the Jewish intelligence agency. He also bought up McGraw-Hill, and he also owned the Daily Mirror. So he was in charge of propaganda. He was in charge of whatever Mossad does for some time. And he was in charge of basically the history that we all as American kids learned in the public schools. So Ghislaine was his daughter, or is his daughter. She was more famous than Jeffrey. And so at first, before they started running fluff pieces like this one, where they got former presidents and future presidents to make statements on the behalf of Jeffrey Epstein, basically a fluff piece in the New York Magazine, which eventually Melania, right around this time, would email Ghislaine Maxwell and say, oh my God, what a great article. Let me know when you're in Palm Beach, even though it's just a tribal email as of 2026. Jeffrey was known before all that as Ghislaine's pal. Now, they are still friends. The English tabloids have postulated that Ghislaine has longed for a more permanent pairing. and that for undetermined reasons, Epstein has not reciprocated in kind. It's a mysterious relationship that they have, says society journalist David Patrick Columbia. In one way, they are soulmates, yet they're hardly companions anymore. It's a nice, conventional relationship where they serve each other's purposes. Here's some pictures from the magazine. Ghislaine, Jeffrey Epstein. Here's Donald Trump. Jeffrey, I don't know who that is. Maybe some model. Here's Kevin Spacey in Africa with Bill Clinton. Friends of the two say Ghislaine, whose social life has always been higher octane than Epstein's, lent a little pizzazz to the lower profile Epstein. Indeed, okay, this is such an important sentence. Take a screenshot here before they take this off the internet. Indeed, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends say, one is just as apt to see Russian ladies of the night. Where's Melania from? Is it Slovenia? Is it Austria? Is it Russia? Indeed, according to a friend of Ghislaine, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends are just as likely to see Russian ladies of the night as one is to see none other than so-called, now disgraced, no longer Prince Andrew. The Oxford-educated Ghislaine Maxwell, described by many as a man-eater. She flies her own helicopter and was recently seen dining with Clinton on Madison Avenue. She lives in her own townhouse a few blocks away. Epstein is frequently seen around town with a bevy of comely young women, but there has been no bold-faced name to replace Maxwell. You may read about Jeffrey in the social columns, but there's much more to him than that, says Jeffrey T. Leeds of the private equity firm Leeds, Weld & Co. This is a fluff piece. All his friends are coming out and making statements on his behalf. And then Melania is saying to Ghislaine, that was a good one. That was a good article about Jeffrey Epstein. I read it. It was a tribal email though. This guy from this private equity firm, Leeds, said Jeffrey Epstein is a talented money manager and an extremely hardworking person with broad interests. Most unusual, though, is that in this media-obsessed age, he's not, in any sense, a self-promoter. Okay, so then we get a little bit of background from his actual bio. Born in 1953, raised on Coney Island, Epstein went to Lafayette High School. According to his bio, he took some classes in physics at Copper Union from 1969 to 1971. He left Copper Union in 1971 and attended NYU's Current Institute, where he took courses in mathematical physiology of the heart, leaving that school too, without a degree. Between 1973 and 1975, Epstein taught calculus and physics at the Dalton High School. By most accounts, he was something of a Robin Williams and Dead Poets Society type of figure, wowing his high school classes classes of high schoolers with passionate mathematical riffs. So impressed was one Wall Street father of a student that he said to Epstein point blank, "What are you doing teaching math at Dalton?" Well, I think we all know. I think he probably just wanted to be around the kids. "You should be working on Wall Street. Why don't you give my friend Ace Greenberg a call?" Epstein was in many respects a perfect candidate for Greenberg's consideration. Greenberg, a senior partner at Bear Stearns at the time, and a legendary trader in his own right, who we're talking about, Greenberg, Ace Greenberg. He's long made it clear that it's the hungry, brilliant guys lacking the fancy degrees that he favors at Bear Stearns. Okay, so this is in 2002. It was like, yeah, we like the guys with no degree because we can abuse them. They have a chip on their shoulder. They have something to prove. Now, remember, this was back in the day when you could just join a Wall Street firm with no degree. You can't really do that anymore. They even have an acronym, PSDs. Poor, smart, and a deep desire to be rich. I'm going to tell y'all that one more time. All right. This is how they recruit us. I'm a member of the PSDs, or I was. They thought they would be able to abuse me. Lou Taylor miscalculated that I was the PSD. She really miscalculated the D. Poor, yes. Smart, yes. Desperate desire to be rich? No. She miscalculated on that one, but a lot of people do. Epstein was in many respects the perfect candidate for this investment firm. Why? Because he was hungry, a PSD, poor, smart, and desperate to become rich. It was a description that fit Epstein to a T. He was a Brooklyn guy, even though he grew up on Coney Island, with a motor for a brain and did love teaching. This close-up view of the rarefied Upper East Side life of his students gave him a taste for the big time. So in 1976, Epstein dropped everything and reported to work at Bear Stearns, where he started off as a junior assistant to a floor trader at the American Stock Exchange. His ascent was rapid, and a lot of people have criticized this ascent. Like, this doesn't even make sense. Even for the time, yeah, you could kind of make it even without a degree and stuff, but even for this time, it was like kind of weird. He kind of almost got placed there. At the time, options trading was an arcane and dimly understood field. So it was like hard, it was like kind of hard to get into it. Just beginning to take off. To trade options, one had to value them. And to value them, one needed to be able to master such abstruse mathematical confections as the Black-Scholes option pricing model. For Epstein, breaking down such models was just for fun. He liked doing it. And within just a few years, he had his own stable of clients. He was not your conventional broker saying, buy IBM, sell Xerox, says Bear Stearns CEO, Jimmy Kane. Given his mathematical background, we put him in our special products division, where he would advise our wealthier clients on the tax implications of their portfolios. Okay, so no degree, especially not a legal degree. He's telling people about he's advising on tax implications. He would recommend certain tax advantageous transactions. He's a very smart guy and has become a very important client for the firm as well. In 1980, Epstein made partner, but he left the firm just 1 year later, by 1981. Working in a bureaucracy wasn't for him. He wanted to be the boss. Rubbing up against ever greater sums of money during his time at Bear Stearns, he began to feel the need to grab his own piece of the action. So 2 years later, 1982, according to those who knew Epstein, he set up his own shop, J. Epstein & Co. That remains his core business today. Again, this article was from 2002. The premise behind his company was simple. Epstein would manage the individual and family fortunes of clients with $1 billion or more, which is where the mystery deepens. Because according to the lore, Epstein in 1982 immediately began collecting clients. There were no road shows, no whiz-bang marketing demos, just this. Jeff Epstein was open for business for those with $1 billion or more. His firm would be different too. He's not just there to offer investment advice. No. He saw himself as the financial architect of every aspect of his client's wealth. Put a 1 in the chat if that sounds like Lou Taylor. I mean, this ascent sounds almost identical to her. She doesn't have a degree. She started out working for a big company, Arthur Andersen, a big accounting firm. Little by little, she moved up. She somehow had these wildly successful benefactors. She moves from one city to another city. And before you know it, she opens up her own shop in 2002. By the way, no, 1992. By the way, she rubs shoulders with Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs at Uptown Records. She was working for them. That was one of the clients that she had at Arthur Andersen, or that the Davamos company had, one of those two. She ends up kind of getting trained up by these lurky, murky, mysterious financial people. And then when she becomes a business manager, she's managing every aspect of these people's lives. They're cleaning people, the stuff that needs to get done around their house, their security, everything's handled by TriStar Sports and Entertainment. It sounds so similar to Jeffrey Epstein, considering she don't have a degree to speak of that I've ever been able to ascertain. Let me see if there's any ones. Anybody got any ones? I don't see no ones. Oh, I do. Okay. Y'all are putting a lot of ones. Okay, I see. Paraphrase of Les Wexner. I gave him $1 billion and I don't know what he did with it. I have some ideas. That's the deepest tie. Don't you see it? And now maybe they never knew each other. They might have been rivals. I don't know, but they both were in Palm Beach. Remember the Palm Beach Christian Chamber of Commerce? Go check that video out. A Billy starting point is crazy work. Agreed. His firm, Jeffrey Epstein's firm, would be different. There was not just investment advice. He saw himself as the financial architect of every aspect of his client's wealth, from investments to philanthropy to tax planning to security to assuaging the guilt and burdens that large sums of inherited wealth can bring upon. I want people to understand the power, the responsibility, and the burden of their money. This is what he said to a colleague one of his colleagues at the time. As a teacher at Dalton, he had witnessed firsthand the troubled attitudes of some of the poor little rich kids under his charge. At Bear Stearns, he had come to realize that counterintuitively, the more money you had, the more anxious you became. For a middle-class kid from Brooklyn, again, he was raised on Coney Island. I don't know why they're saying from Brooklyn. It just didn't make sense. From the get-go, his business was successful, but the conditions for investing with him were steep. He would take total control of the $1 billion, charge a flat fee, and assume power of attorney to do whatever he thought was necessary to advance his client's financial cause. That is crazy. That is crazy. You had to give the man $1 billion of your money, and then you had to sign over complete control of it to him. And he just started this company, and people actually did it. He would do, quote, whatever he thought was necessary to advance his client's financial cause. And he remained true to his $1 billion entry fee. According to the people who know him, if you were worth $700 million and felt the need for the services of Epstein, you would receive a not so polite no thank you from Epstein. It's nice work if you can get it. Epstein runs a lean operation, and those close to him say that his actual staff, based in Manhattan at the Villiard House, home to Les Cirque, all roads leads to Clown, New Albany, Ohio, which is where Les Wexner was based, and I believe also where Mike Jeffries is based, who was the CEO of Abercrombie at this time, who now is facing his own allegations. Abercrombie was also one of Les Wexner's companies, so there's some Ohio's links here, in St. Thomas, where he reincorporated his company in the 90s, now called Financial Trust Company. He has about 150 employees, and it's purely administrative. When it comes to putting these billions to work in the markets, it's Epstein himself making all the investment calls. There are no analysts or portfolio managers, just 20 accountants to keep the wheels greased and a bevy of assistants, many of them conspicuously attractive young women. They organize his hectic life. So, assuming conservatively, a fee of 0.5%. He takes no commissions or percentages. So then he takes a fee on $15 billion. That makes for a management fee of $75 million a year, straight into Jeffrey Epstein's pocket. Nice work indeed. Now, also, something to just bear in mind and consider as we're reading through this, Jeffrey Epstein is positioning himself as the one in charge. He's the one that's positioning himself as the person that's going to be taking care of the money. So you kind of end up, I think, with this kind of a Lou Taylor type of situation where it's like Lou Taylor was the architect of the financial plan of Britney's conservatorship. In my opinion, that's what it appears like to me. But she was the one who would report these things to the court. She was really the one who had all the information. And so she could kind of, I'm not going to say cook the books, but if let's say she did cook the books, who was any the wiser? Same as this. Jeffrey Epstein takes full and complete control over the whole entire family money of people. And then he's the one that's like, trust me, bro, with the power of attorney. So maybe if he's only taking 0.5%, he's making $75 million a year. But what if he's cooking the books in 2002 and making, 5% instead of 0.5? You start to see how the man could be siphoning off money. Now, he don't have a degree, but you know who did go to Oxford and has a very brilliant Mossad father who died under mysterious circumstances? Ghislaine Maxwell. And we already heard in this article that Ghislaine Maxwell's relationship to Epstein is kind of, what is it? Who is she? Assuming conservatively a fee of 0.5%, he takes no commissions or percentages, he ends up with $75 million straight into his pocket. Nice work indeed. It's been rumored that Linda Wexner and David Rockefeller were clients too. but both parties deny any such relationship. What's more, who ever heard of a financial advisor turning down $500 million accounts? All the speculation and mystery has proved fertile ground for some alternative Jeffrey Epstein theories. The most bizarre of which has him playing the piano for high rollers in a Manhattan piano bar in the mid-'80s. Okay, so we're going to get into some bizarre theories, alternative stories. Another focus of curiosity is the relationship that Epstein has with his patron and mentor, Les Wexner, founder and chairman of Columbus, Ohio-based limited chain of women's clothing stores. Wexner, who is said to be worth more than $2.5 billion by Forbes as of 2002, became an Epstein client in 1987. I wasn't even born yet. It's a weird relationship, says another Wall Streeter who knows Epstein. It's just not typical for someone of such enormous wealth to all of a sudden just give his money to some guy most people have never heard of. The Wexner-Epstein relationship is indeed a multifaceted one, given the secrecy that envelops Epstein's client list. Some have speculated that Les Wexner is the primary source of Epstein's lavish life. But friends leap to his defense. Let me tell you, says lawyer Dennis Block of Cadwalader. Let me tell you, Jeffrey Epstein has other clients besides Wexner. I know, because some of them are my clients. He said, I sent him a $500 million client a few years ago and he wouldn't take them. Said the account was too small. Both the client and I were amazed, but that's Jeffrey. Epstein's current residence in Manhattan, a 45,000 square foot, 8-story mansion on East 71st Street. That used to be a school, by the way. Was originally bought by Wexner for $13 million in 1989. Wexner poured many millions into a full gut renovation, then turned it over to Epstein in 1995 after Les Wexner got married. One story has Epstein paying only $1 for it, though others say he did pay the full market price, which would have been in the neighborhood of about $20 million. Epstein then undertook his own $10 million gut renovation, put in special features including a closed circuit TV and a heated sidewalk in front of the house to melt the snow. He said, I didn't want to live in another person's house. There are other houses as well, including a sweeping villa in Palm Beach and a custom-built 51,000 square foot castle in Santa Fe. This is said to be the largest house in the state of New Mexico. The latter sits atop a hill of a 45,000 acre ranch. He had it built because of the month or so he found himself spending there talking elementary particle physics with his friend Murray Gell-Mann, a Nobel Prize winning physicist and co-chair of the science board at the Santa Fe Institute. So this is the Epstein Ranch, I think, the Zorro. Epstein also, or something else. He had some castle in Santa Fe. So I guess that can't be the Zorro Ranch. But he likes it over there in New Mexico. Why? Because of particle physics. And this starts to bring in some of the conspiracy theories, like maybe he was always just working for the government. Maybe he was always an agent somehow. Epstein also owned a grand house. He has now sold it as of 2002, but he did own a house near Wexner's opulent mansion at the center of the limited magnate's high-end housing development in New Albany, Ohio. New Albany, Ohio was a lush sprawl of farmland on the outskirts of Columbus that Wexner, starting in 1988, turned into a rich village of multi-million-dollar Georgian homes surrounding a Jack Nicklaus designed golf course. It was a massive development project financed largely by Wexner himself. Epstein was a general partner in the real estate holding company called New Albany Property, despite putting only just a few $1 million of capital into the project. Before Epstein came along in 1988, the financial preparations and groundwork for this New Albany, Ohio development were a total mess, says Bob Fitrakis, a Columbus-based investigative journalist who's written extensively on Les Wexner and his finances. He said Epstein cleaned everything up, as well as serving Wexner in other capacities, such as facilitating visits to his home of the crew from Cats. Like the Broadway show? And organizing a Tony Randall song and dance show put on in Columbus, Ohio. Wexner declines to talk about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but it is clearly one that continues to this day. Not that it helped Epstein in any way to land Clinton as a friend. Wexner is a staunch Republican donor. Oh, I didn't know that. Wexner is a staunch Republican donor, and Epstein, aside from a small contribution to the president's legal defense fund, has given more to the likes of former Senator Al D'Amato. Okay, so just to remind y'all, if you're just joining or if you didn't hear earlier, the reason we're reading this article is because this is the very article that Melania Trump Knaus emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about. She said, great write-up about Jeffrey Epstein in the New York Magazine. That's why we're reading it here. And it is quite a write-up. What attracted Bill Clinton to Jeffrey Epstein was quite simple. He had a plane. He has a couple, in fact. The Boeing 727 that he took Clinton to Africa, and for shorter jaunts, a black Gulfstream, a Cessna 421, and a helicopter to ferry him from his island to St. Thomas. Bill Clinton had organized a week-long tour of South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, and Mozambique to do what Clinton does. So when the president's advice man, Doug Band, pitched the idea to Epstein, he said, sure. As an added bonus, Kevin Spacey, who is a close friend of Bill Clinton, and actor Chris Tucker also came along for the ride. While Epstein got an intellectual kick out of engaging African finance ministers in theoretical chit-chat about economic development, the real payoff for Epstein was observing Clinton in his métier, talking HIV and AIDS policy with African leaders and soaking up the love from Cape Town to Lagos. How fun now? Epstein brings a trophy hunter's zeal to his collection of scientists and politicians. So Epstein has a collection of scientists and politicians as if to say he owns them. But the real charge for him is in seeing these guys working it, like former Democratic Senate leader George Mitchell, for example. In Epstein's mind, Mitchell is the world's greatest negotiator based on his work in Ireland and the Middle East, so he wrote the senator a bunch of checks. Mitchell says he supported some philanthropic projects of mine and organized a fundraiser for me once. I would certainly call him a friend and a supporter. But it is his covey of scientists that inspires Epstein's true rapture. Epstein spends $20 million a year on the scientists. He had a private flock, a private fleet of scientists, $20 million a year to scientists, encouraging them to engage in whatever kind of cutting-edge research might attract their fancy. They are, of course, quite lavish in their praise in return. Gerald Edelman won the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine in 1972, but now he presides over the Neurosciences Institute in La Jolla. Jeff is an extraordinary, Jeff, this is a quote from the Nobel Prize winner. Jeff is extraordinary in his ability to pick up on quantitative relations. He came to see us recently. He is concerned with this basic question. Is it true that the brain is not a computer? He's very quick. Then there's Stephen Koslin, a psychologist at Harvard psychologist. Epstein flew up to his laboratory in Cambridge, Massachusetts this year to witness an experiment that Koslin was conducting, and Epstein was funding. Hello. Epstein funded Harvard psychology experiences. Hello. What was the experiment? What were they asking? Namely, is it true that certain Tibetan monks are capable of holding a distinct mental image in their minds for 20 minutes straight? We disproved the thesis. Jeff was on his cell phone most of the time. He actually wanted to short the Tibetan market because he thought the monk was so stupid. He's amazing like a honeybee. He talks to all these different people and cross-pollinates. Just 2 months ago, I was talking to him about a new alternative to evolutionary psychology. He got excited and sent me a check. Epstein, again, this is from 2002, is particularly close with Martin Nowak, an Austrian biology and mathematics professor who heads the theoretical biology program at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton. That's right down the road from me. No, not at the time. I was in Louisiana at the time, where I'm from. Nowak is examining how game theory, oh my God, these people, $20 million a year Epstein was paying these scientists. He was paying these scientists. Now I'm wondering, was he paying the scientists to do Harvard studies? Like, oh, he gives $20 million to scientists per year. He was funding Harvard research. So there end up being Harvard studies on game theory. Oh my God. Okay. Nowak is examining how game theory can be used to control humans' minds. Can be used to answer some of the basic evolutionary questions, like why does altruistic behavior exist? Now, this is one of the craziest things of the whole Jeffrey Epstein saga, because to me, and in my opinion, this answers the question we all have. What the flying F is wrong with these people? How can they possibly do the things they've done to women and children and boys and girls and people all across the world? How could they have done this? And it's because they don't have empathy. They don't have compassion. They don't have the ability, the biological capability to just like have a feeling of shame, guilt, compassion, empathy, remorse. So they have to literally spend millions of dollars on Ivy League university studies to actually figure it out. Because some of us, put a 2 in the chat if you're included in, some of us don't need scientific or any explanation. The question wouldn't even cross our mind. Why does altruistic behavior exist? Do you need, put a 2 in the chat if you do not need, put a 2 in the chat if you do not need a scientific study at Princeton to say, why does altruistic behavior exist? Just in case y'all don't know, what is altruistic? It's kind of like similar to benevolent. Let's read the definition explicitly. Altruistic means unselfish concern for the welfare of others, characterized by actions that benefit others, often at a personal cost. Kind of like me telling y'all the truth about what happened to Amanda Rabb, even though I ended up in $800,000 to $1 million of legal debt. Did I get anything out of that? Did I benefit from that? No, net negative. I lost, but it was just the right thing to do. And when I would be interviewing with these different documentaries, even during the Free Britney movement, I know a bunch of y'all in here are from the Free Britney movement as well. These interviewers, they would ask us like as if they were dumbfounded, as if they truly didn't get it. Why do you care so much? You're not even a Britney Spears fan. Like you didn't listen to her music, buy her albums and stuff. I mean, everybody listened to Britney's music, obviously. But why do y'all care? Like, they really didn't get it. And we were like, because she's being trafficked and she needs help. And if I was in that position, I would hope that somebody would help me. What do you mean? Like, what kind of question even is it? Why do we care so much? I don't need a scientific study because I do. Because it's the right thing. Because some of us are born with that light. Some of us are born with that light, with that compassion, with that care. And clearly some of us are not. And I think Jeffrey Epstein is among the latter. But yeah, he was working with Martin Nowak, who I think ended up being at Harvard eventually, but he was at Princeton at the time, examining how game theory can be used to answer some basic evolutionary questions like why does altruistic behavior exist? I can tell you why. I already know why. Y'all don't have to believe me. The reason it exists is because all of us are fractions, fractals, pieces of the universal one, the one highest, you could call it God, the highest and truest form, the ocean of consciousness from which all life comes and back to which all life will go. We are but waves in the ocean about to crash back into the one. The one is benevolent. The one is altruistic. Some people call it God. Some people get too caught up with religion when you start talking about God, but that's the reason why. I mean, I don't need a Princeton study. That's the reason why. And so some of us are closer and more connected to the one. Some of us have become so far removed because we continue to make choices we're allowed to make, use our free will to remove ourselves from the benevolent one. But rest assured, when you die, you're probably going to come back. Maybe you don't come back, but you do go back to the one. That's the reason. We don't need a Princeton study for that. Take some of that money and donate it to the food bank. You could have done that. Nope. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with figuring out why sometimes people do nice things against their own will. Against their own best interest. Very crazy. Epstein talks to Nowak about once a week as of 2002 and flies him around the country to his various homes to deliver impromptu lectures. So he's like his personal scientist. Over the past 3 years, he wrote $500,000 worth of checks to fund this research. In February of, 2002, Epstein and Nowak had a dinner at the huge 71st Street townhouse. It was just the two of them, not including the wait staff. And Nowak, making use of a blackboard in the formal dining room, delivered a 2-hour, highly mathematical description of how language works. I could do that. Anybody want to fly me to come explain to you how language works? Happily, girl. After dinner, Epstein asked if Nowak wanted to meet up with his new friend, President Clinton. This was in February 2002. And you know what else happened in February 2002? One of these pictures. I don't remember where we were here. Let's see. It's one of the early ones. Hi, I'm Donald Trump. No, let's see. 2002. That's 2020. I'm just trying to keep track of the timeline here. (2002) is also when Unaro came over. 17-year-old Unaro. She came over in 2002. I'm looking for the picture of them together. Okay, is this 2002? When's this from? Remember, folks, they know each other. Let's see. November. Okay. Here's Melania and Ghislaine with Naomi Campbell, another model. November 2002, just weeks after Melania exchanged emails with Maxwell calling her Sweet Pea. Now, remember, the article we're reading is from October 2002. This is the very next month. Okay. Here's Diddy, Melania, Trump. I don't know what year that's from. Okay. So back to the New Yorker magazine article that Melania emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about in the so-called tribal email. Okay. After dinner, Epstein asked if Nowak wanted to meet up with his new friend, Bill Clinton, and off they went to a nearby deli where Clinton regaled the starstruck former Oxford professor with tales from his own Oxford days. Okay, so Oxford, interesting. Ghislaine Maxwell went to Oxford, and so did Bill Clinton. Interesting. Jeffrey has the mind of a physicist. It's like talking to a colleague in your field, says Nowak. Yeah, I bet when he's giving you $20 million, 500,000 in just, a couple of years. Sometimes he applies what we talk about to his investments, but sometimes it's just for his own curiosity. He's changed my life. Because of his support, I feel like I can do anything I want. Okay, moving on to a new person. Danny Hillis, an MIT-educated computer scientist whose company, Thinking Machines, was at the forefront of the supercomputing world in the 80s, and who used to run research and development at Walt Disney Imagineering. He thinks Epstein is actually using scientific knowledge to beat the markets. We talk about currency trading, the euro, the real, the yen. He has something a physicist would call a physical intuition. He knows when to use the math and when to throw it away. If I had acted upon all the investment advice he's given me over the years, I'd be calling you from my Gulfstream airplane right now. On the 727 these days, it would later become known as the Lolita Express, he's been reading a book by E.O. Wilson, the eminent scientist and originator of the field of sociobiology the book is called Consilience, which makes the case that the boundaries between scientific disciplines are in the process of breaking down. It's a view Epstein himself holds. He wrote recently to a scientist friend of his, the behavior of termites. This is something that Epstein wrote. The behavior of termites, together with ants and bees, is a precursor to trust because they have an extraordinary ability to form relationships and sophisticated social structures based on mutual altruism, even though individually they are fundamentally dumb. Money itself is a derivative of trust. So he was studying the hive mind. Money itself is a derivative of trust, he said. If we can figure out how termites come together, then maybe we can better understand the underlying principles of market behavior and make big money. So, you might be wondering, how do termite grouping patterns fare as an investment strategy? Again, facts are hard to come by. A working day for Epstein starts at 5 a.m. He gets up, scours the world markets on his Bloomberg screen. Each of his houses, the New York, St. Thomas, Palm Beach, and New Mexico, as well as the 727, is equipped with the necessary hardware for him to wake up, roll out of bed, and start trading. He will put some calls into his private banker at JP Morgan to get a reading as to how wealthy investors, the best gauge of market sentiment, are reacting to market movement. He will then call currency traders in Europe. On a given day, he will spend about 10 hours or so on the phone. After all, he's running a $15 billion industry or company essentially by himself. None of this makes any sense, by the way. I think the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds or somebody was telling him, look, move this money here, move that money there. There's no way he would just had this brilliant intuition. I don't buy it. Strangely enough, given his scientific obsession, he's a computer phobe and does not use email. Well, girl, that changed. He said, I like to hear voices and see faces when I interact. Given the huge sums he has to invest, he focuses on assets with extremely high liquidity, like currencies. Though he dabbles in commodities and real estate as well. Those who know him say he's an impulsive, quick to change his mind trader, still governed by Ace Greenberg. Remember that first guy from the school? The father of one of the students at the school who said, why don't you come work over at Bear Stearns? Ace Greenberg, the parent of the child at the school. He taught Epstein a maxim. If the stock is down 10%, sell it. He's been on the short side of the Brazilian real. Oh, Brazilian, that comes to bite, the whole story of the Amanda. Those close to him say bets in the Brazilian real, is it real or real, have paid off in spades. He recently took a long position on the euro before its rebound on the basis that Europeans were too proud to see their currency sink any lower against the dollar. His next targets, an across-the-board short of the German stock exchange and a possible attack on the Hong Kong dollar, peg in light the recent disclosure of North Korea's nuclear weapons program. We talked about the North Korean nuclear weapons program recently when we talked about the North Korean spies getting jobs in tech. None of this is investment rocket science. But getting the direction and timing right, no matter how conventional the investment idea, can spend large money for an investor. Before taking a big position, Epstein will usually fly to the country in question. He recently spent a week in Germany meeting with various government officials and financial types. He has a trip to Brazil coming up in the next few weeks. On all these trips, he flies alone on his commercial 727. Friends of Epstein say he's horrified at the recent swell of media attention around him. Vanity Fair was preparing a mega profile. Okay, and this is his fluff piece getting out in front of it. And the Villard House office has had a barrage of calls from other media outlets. He has never granted a formal interview. He did not offer one to this magazine, nor has his picture even appeared in any publication. Yet, for one so obsessive about his privacy, one must wonder, didn't he realize that flying Clinton and Spacey and Chris Tucker around Africa was going to blow his cover? As he said to a friend, if my ultimate goal was to stay private, traveling with Clinton was a bad move on the chessboard. I recognize that now, but you know what? Even Kasparov makes them. You move on. Again, who's Kasparov and where's Melania from, girl? Is it Austria? Is it Slovenia? Is it Russia? Okay, so back in the day, Melania Trump emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about that article. All right. That one took a while to get through, but we have many more links. People inside the Trump administration are scared to death that more Epstein-related information is about to drop. This came on the same exact day as Melania's speech. This is a tweet from Furkan Guzokara. Sky News exposes absolute panic inside the White House. An expert correspondent reveals the Trump administration is terrified. More damaging Epstein emails are about to leak. Yeah, probably from Amanda Unaro. They flew too freaking close to the sun with the Paulo Zampolis of the world. The former modeling agent. They should have just let that lady have her teenager. Trump administration is desperately using Melania to get ahead of the massive scandal before it destroys them. Again, I don't have any inside information. This is from this Sky News reporter. So let's see this minute-long clip.
Well, it's a good question, and I don't know. But as I say, that the tone in which she was speaking and the fact that she said numerous fake images have been circulating, and then said, "Be cautious about what you believe. These stories are completely false." That there is perhaps some concern within the White House, within the administration, that more emails are due to emerge, which the White House believes may look as though they are implicating Melania Trump, the First Lady. And so a decision perhaps has been taken by the White House to get out ahead of those, and certainly to deal with what is already out there. The rumors that I've heard that are clearly all over the sort of cesspit that is social media, to get out on top of those rumors.
Ungaro.
To attempt to put them to one side and to dismiss them and to do it up front. And I think that is what the White House is attempting.
This was the same day Ungaro was tweeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. I know what you are, and I'm going to expose it, Melania. Whoops. Okay, what is this? Tennessee holler? Okay. So then there's this article. All the drama surrounding Zampoli's custody battle with his estranged girlfriend didn't connect any dots, at least not for me, until the First Lady's speech yesterday. Okay, so this is a journalist from Nashville, Tennessee. The Epstein Files by Julie K. Brown. Oh, Julie K. Brown, she is that girl, okay? She has been on this Epstein beat for a long time. She was even in the Epstein Files as a journalist that they were talking about. They were like, we got to get out in front of Julie Brown. Okay, so here she is. She is bathed in the blood, okay, baptized in the waters of the Epstein story. She said, hold on, let me do these real quick. Thanks so much to Sour Girl for the $1.99 super chat. Happy spring. Thanks so much to Black Lake 31B for the $4.99. It wouldn't let me super chat what I said, but I put it in the comments. LOL, here's some support. Anyways, to grow the channel. Thank you. Thank you, Black Lake. Thank you so much to Sour Girl for the $1.99. Happy spring again. Thank you, Sour Girl, becoming a new member. Thank you, Sella Cruz, becoming a new member. Thank you, Kirsty Perez, becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Ham Sandwich, becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Amber TSW, giving 5 more memberships. That's bringing the total to 15 gifted memberships. If you got one of those, make sure you do say thank you, Amber TSW. Thanks so much to Lee for the $10 super chat. I'm so excited to see you monetize. Girl, me too. Thanks so much, Jenna. Okay, Jenna here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the 49. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. It's pronounced reals. It's a fractional metals monetary system. So coins. Our original monetary system was also based on Spanish silver rails. If you want one, I'd send you one. I love currencies. I love currencies. Thank you for the $49.99. I do not have that PO box anymore. Nobody sent nothing to the PO box. Thank you so much for that. $49.99. Very generous super chat. Okay, so here's Julie K. Brown. And this isn't just some lady, okay? This is like that girl, okay? This is that girl, okay? I would say that B, but like, I don't want to make it seem like I'm calling her a B word. I'm not. She wrote this article the day after Melania's speech. She said, hold on. Could a former Brazilian model be the whistleblower Melania is afraid of? There's Paulo. There's Melania. The First Lady's unprecedented public statement about Jeffrey Epstein yesterday raised a lot of questions about what, if anything, is about to be revealed about Donald and Melania Trump's relationship with the late Trafficker. Because remember, what was Melania's speech actually about? It was actually about, I did not meet him. I got to get on my Slovenian accent better. Maybe it's a Russian one. I don't know, girl. She didn't meet him through Epstein. I didn't meet him. I didn't know Epstein. I wasn't involved with Epstein. I met him after I met Donald Trump. Okay, fine. The Epstein case had quieted down in the wake of Trump's decision to declare war on Iran. Some critics alleged that was one of Trump's goals in launching the war in the first place. Remember, people were saying, oh, they're doing this Iran thing to cover up the Epstein files. That's some people's opinion. So if they were doing the Iran thing to cover up the Epstein files, then Donald Trump's own wife pretty much shot him in the foot by now bringing all of our attention back to the Epstein files. Nobody was even not nobody. A lot of people were still talking about it. Now, it seems that plan, right, if it was like, oh, let's do war to hide the Epstein files, has led to a Jack and the Beanstalk effect, as in trading a cow for some beans and climbing into danger without really thinking it through. Because there is another story. And Julie K. Brown says, I admit I missed it when it ran in the New York Times a few weeks ago. We read that earlier in this live. It appears that the Trump administration may have targeted Zampoli's ex-girlfriend, a former Brazilian model named Amanda Unaro, deported her back to Brazil amid her custody battle with Paulo Zampoli over their teenage son. As the New York Times story notes, quote, the levers of the federal government can be pulled to settle a personal score. She kind of looks like Melania, a prettier, more feminine Melania back in the day. In this case, the score involved Paulo Zampoli, a former modeling agent who was appointed last year by Trump as special envoy for global partnerships, which allows him to travel the world to advance trade and other partnerships. What are they trading? People? Remember the head of trade from the Serbia, Denmark embassy, the head of trade, Nenad Matosevic, he was a part of ARA. What the hell was that man, a diplomat, doing on a virtual reality addiction treatment startup About Us page? Trade seems to come up quite a lot. It's interesting. I don't know. It's just interesting to me. Global partnerships, Paulo Zampoli, an Italian-born person, being put in charge of global partnerships to advance trade and other partnerships with the U.S. Very weird. Just days ago, he was in Hungary with Vice President Vance. Look, there's Paulo Zampoli right here with J.D. Vance. Now, I had never really even thought of this man, never heard of him. Supporting the re-election of Prime Minister in Hungary, Viktor Orban, an effort to publicly back the right-wing leader in the days running up to his election. Okay, we're here to support. Okay, here they are, getting off the plane. Here he is right there, boom. Zampoli, on April 7th, this was a week ago. This was 1 week ago. He looks like a time traveler. Doesn't he look like they just copy-pasted him from the 50s? Zampoli was in Epstein's orbit around the time that Donald Trump met Melania in 1998. He was also friends with Epstein. The two entertained a business deal over buying elite model management. And Zampoli's name is in the Epstein files more than once, with Epstein noting in one email that he is trouble still. All the drama surrounding this custody battle with Zampoli and Amanda Unaro didn't connect any dots for Julie K. Brown, a renowned Epstein files researcher and journalist. She said it didn't raise any alarm to me until, again, the Streisand effect. Melania came out and made that speech. I didn't even know about that article. In part, she said, the lies linking me to the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The First Lady said in her rare public statement, she went on to emphasize she was not an Epstein victim. Epstein did not introduce her to Trump. Epstein had told people, okay, this is good to know. Thank you, Julie. Julie K. Brown said Epstein had told people in the past that he introduced Melania and Donald, but the story had never really been substantiated. And even so, it seems like a strange piece of lore to hang a 6-minute public speech from the White House upon, especially considering Epstein supposedly is dead. Why now? The reporters yelled as the First Lady abruptly left the room. Well, Julie says, maybe it had to do with the man who says he was actually the one who introduced Trump and Melania, Paulo Zampoli, who apparently used his Trump card, good one, Julie, to solicit a top official in the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, ICE, to deport the mother of their child. The day before Melania's White House statement, Unaro took to social media with her anger over the deportation. Now, let's take a little trip back. Let's get in a time machine and go back to Melania's entry into this country herself, because her little friend, or maybe not friend, I don't know, Amanda Unaro, is claiming to expose Melania. She said, I know what you are. I know everything. I've been there the whole time, and I'm still friends with your mama and your daddy, girl. Amanda said, I'm gonna tell everything I know. Now, Amanda got deported for overstaying her visa. Let's go back in time. How did Amanda get into the country originally? Epstein's jet. Epstein's Lolita Express with Jean-Luc Bernal. We learned that earlier today. She met her baby daddy, Paulo Zampoli, just that same very year. She was 17 years old when she flew to the United States, a child, a minor, as far as the United States is concerned. So, Amanda, beautiful, graceful. I can totally see why they would want her to come and be a model, especially she was only 17 years old. You know, these freaks, these creeps, they like getting them young. Fine. But let's go examine Melania Trump's entry into the country. This is a tweet. I'm not saying this is a fact. I wasn't there. I don't think I was maybe even born when Melania came into this country. This is from Kirby Summers. Somebody just tweeted this on Twitter. Someone should have told Melania Trump about the Streisand effect. The attempt to hide, remove, or censor information inadvertently leads to greater public awareness. Everyone is now meticulously going through her non-modeling career and alleged lies. According to Melania's, this is just a snippet from some article. I don't know where it came from. You're looking at the same information as me. It's public. According to Melania's former roommate, Melania was only getting second and third tier work. Well, that's basically in the modeling industry. That's basically S work. That's like, you got to bust it wide open. You got to do titties out. You got to jump on the pole. Second and third tier work. I mean, first tier work could be that as well. But at some point, because they call anything, modeling is just S work. Let's call it what it is. Now I'm not saying that's what Melania did. I'm saying that's my understanding of how it works in the modeling industry. When you're getting second and third tier work, it's like not big designers. It's people who are willing to pay you to do things that the top tier girls won't do. According to Melania's former roommate, Melania was only getting second and third tier work. And how at age 26, her time was apparently running out. Atanian, who was working for Marie Claire at the time, recalled the future First Lady asking him to help her get in the magazine. The photographer sensed that it was hopeless. The photographer said of Melania Trump, quote, she was always kind of a stiff person. That's why she wasn't a successful model, because she couldn't move. She wasn't graceful. She didn't have grace. She was rough. And that's screaming Russia to me. Russia, Russia, Russia. Now, some people are saying you're panicking and posting fantasies. Could be. Now, this person says she was a former S-slave. Wow. I guess Kirby? Okay, shout out to her. I don't know her. I never met her. Never heard of her. But apparently, Melania Trump, the modeling thing, I'm 35 years old. Okay, I have no illusions. I have no disillusions. I'm not the model type. I'm not trying to act like I'm some type of model type. I'm 5'3". I'm 35 years old. I got wrinkles under my eyes. Okay. I'm not trying to act like I'm a model by any means. Never was I. But I also have eyeballs and I also know who is a model type. For example, Kendall Jenner. I'll give it to her. She actually probably could have become a model on her own. She's about 5'11". She probably could have become a model on her own. Hailey Bieber, probably not. That looks like a man in a wig. That's my opinion. I know who looks like a model, who don't. Tyra Banks makes sense. Naomi Campbell makes sense. Melania Trump never made sense as a model. And that's probably why most of the modeling that we do have evidence of Melania doing, she's butt naked. She's butt naked in most of these modeling pictures. She's basically doing like Playboy shoots, what it looked like to me. And if y'all like her, that's fine. You could like her. I don't have to like everything you like. But Melania was stiff. And she needed a reason legally to stay in this country. Now, also, still back in time, another tweet. Paulo Zampoli's pipeline. Now, this is from Katy. The source is Haute Living. Paulo Zampoli had a pipeline where he recruited young foreign women on visas, ran them through a modeling agency with no documented modeling work, and then deployed them to sell luxury Manhattan properties to wealthy clients. Wait a second. Isn't this what Erica Kirk did? She was a model in Donald Trump's freaking Miss Arizona pageant. Don't forget. Then she became a real estate agent. Paulo Zampoli had a pipeline. He recruited young foreign women on visas, ran them through a modeling agency with no documented modeling work, then deployed them to sell luxury Manhattan properties to wealthy clients. Here's how it started. After ID Models, which was his company, he joined the Trump organization, selling apartments at Trump Park Avenue. Then he left to start his own real estate firm called the Paramount Group. In his own words, he took the women from his modeling agency and turned them into brokers, calling it a new hybrid profession of the model/real estate broker. He's now Trump's special envoy for global partnerships, also dealing in trade. This man is now cutting deals for America. He's not American born. Ask yourself why. One more time. Paulo Zampoli, according to this tweet, had a pipeline. He recruited young foreign women. Why didn't he recruit young American women? Because you can't dangle a visa over someone who's already here legally. Because maybe someone who's here legally might be or here on their own, are here already. If you came over here on a visa from Paulo, we've now discovered, according to one of Paulo's exes, he will deport your ass. He will have you deported. Now, as you've heard, ICE denies that had anything to do with it. She could have also been deported on her own. But it almost seems like dangling marriage, dangling a visa over somebody's head was his MO. They call anything. Hybrid business model where I use my trafficking victims according to what it looks like to me. He's innocent of any crimes until proven otherwise or unless proven otherwise. He should be presumed innocent. I'm not saying he committed any crimes. I don't know who committed any crimes, but this looks like a situation that's ripe for abuse. He had a pipeline. He recruited young foreign women on visas, ran them through a modeling agency. Oh, go on the casting call and S the producer's D real quick. Oh, okay, fine. You don't want to do that modeling? I'm sending you back. No documented modeling work, these women. Then deployed them to sell luxury Manhattan properties. After ID Models, he joined the Trump organization. That was a real estate company selling apartments at Trump Park Avenue. Then he left and started his own real estate firm, the Paramount Group. In his own words, he took the women from his modeling agency and turned them into brokers. He called it a hybrid profession of the model/real estate broker. Zampoli is now Trump's special envoy for global partnerships dealing with trade. This man is now cutting deals for America. Ask yourself why. Look, Haute Living. When it comes to luxury real estate, Paulo's model/agents ensure that image really is everything. Okay. All right. Very weird. So that's his alleged MO, according to that one tweet. Again, I've never met him. I don't know him. Here's another tweet. Katy. She says, Paulo and ID models appeared in New York Post page 6 multiple times a year, sometimes multiple times in a month. Look at what was being published. This is 1999. Journalist Jared Paul Stern wrote at length wrote about a night out with Zampoli. Zampoli introduced him to his latest discovery. Who was his latest discovery? A 17-year-old girl, just in New York for 1 week, just arrived from Australia. The journalist described her comp card as depicting a, quote, sizzling temptress with arresting cleavage and bedroom eyes. 17 years old, remember. Zampoli was marketing in the United States. Now, what they doing over there in Australia, I don't know what the age of consent was or is in 1999, but in America, I don't think age 17 was an adult. He was advertising this young girl as a sizzling temptress with arresting cleavage and bedroom eyes. Zampoli was marketing a 17-year-old girl who had been in the country 7 days using sexualized imagery. Other page 6 clippings. So he was advertising them in page 6, advertising these children. Another clipping from the same era, Zampoli spotted a 15-year-old girl, 9th grader, still attending high school in Miami. The paper described her as about to become the world's most popular 9th grader. This was not hidden. It was in the newspaper, repeatedly, with their faces. Perhaps wealthy men who read the column could see who was new, who had just arrived, who was young and available. And page 6 was platforming all of it. Here's the articles. Elite got secondhand goods with Claudia. Metropolitan partner Paulo Zampoli refused to take part in the Claudia bashing. Is about to become the most popular 9th grader. While attending high school classes in Miami, the 15-year-old was spotted by ID models owner Paulo, 15 years old. Inspirational bar hopping. Epstein, listen to the quiet and be inspired. Savor this day because it will be gone tomorrow. Inhale. Bring it in and make it a part of you. These and other insane phrases were gleaned from the beauty handbook being distributed at the Shiseido studio opening party on Spring Street. Luckily, the new venue was downstairs from my pal Paulo Zampoli's modeling agency. So we swiped a couple champagne. This is in New York Post, page 6. Cranberry, orange concoctions off the out-of-work actor's tray, and sought refuge in Paulo's high-tech office. He presented us with his latest discovery, a fresh-faced, less named Jackie, who had that day, impressed seasoned photographer Patrick Demarchelier enough on a go-see that he immediately booked her for a second shoot. Okay, so what happened on those shoots? What was she doing on those shoots? 17 years old. She said, I'm 17 years old. I just arrived last week from Australia in a diaphanous white shift with a wide-toothed smile, open features, and long, fair hair. She did indeed look just off the boat. This is in New York Post, page 6. But the comp card Paulo handed me depicted a sizzling temptress. He said I had recovered my composure somewhat by this time. We were around the corner, safely ensconced with scotch and soda at the canteen, or the Canton, a bar owned by John McDonald's new homage to Hypnus across from the Mercer Hotel, and interior Jetsons type furniture. I was there. Still, there was something annoying about that place that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It's the people, he said. At the bar, and a man was slowly sliding his hand up his date's skirt at the bar. Next to us, 3 homegirls were discussing the X-Files. Duchovny, one of them said, a man mangling the pronunciation. Mangling the pronunciation. Is that a Jewish name? We did not stay to sample the food, as We had an appointment to join our friends, supermodel, actress, author, jewelry, Irina Panteva. I don't know her. And her photographer husband, Roland Levin. Okay, so this was the type of stuff that Paolo. Okay, so this is Paolo's models. Very interesting. Very interesting. So he was no stranger to a 17-year-old girl being in his agency, or even a 15-year-old. So then this person, Anthony Andrews, who does appear to have a lot of information. 2 days after Melania's speech, he says, he says, Amanda Ungaro's interview will drop tomorrow morning in Spain. So this was Friday, so it's supposed to drop Saturday morning. I will post it as soon as I have a link. This is crazy. Look at his pinned tweet. He said in August 2005, I have a story I can tell. That would compile every bit of information I shared on my main profile and weave together an undeniable picture of coordination and receipt from every person in Trump's circle. I can also prove direct coordination since 2010 with Russia and Trump. Let me find the link. So this is, I'm just gonna. I want to go back to Saturday. What was Saturday? Today's Tuesday the 14th. Yesterday was the 13th and the 12th, 11th. I want to go to the 11th. He be tweeting, girl. Me too. I can't complain. This is an account to follow. I would certainly say to follow this account because, as you can see, I mean, he's just been doing nothing but tweeting about this situation. Oh, crap. He said, while in ICE custody, Amanda Unaro reached out directly to Melania, the First Lady of the United States. Melania, now Trump, directly refused to help her close friend who was abused by Paulo for 2 decades. Wow. Okay, he's spilling the tea. I'm trying to find the article, the link to the article that they posted. Here it is, breaking, April 11th. Amanda Unaro. Let's see, can we get a translation? Okay. Okay. This was originally written, I'm assuming, in Spanish, since this was in Spain, but I'd have it translated to English from the auto translator. I didn't translate it. Take with a grain of salt all of this article, especially because it's behind another layer of translating. But here is the article that I think that Melania was trying to get out in front of. We're 4 hours into this live stream. We finally made it to this article. Amanda Unaro. From sharing evenings with the Trumps to being deported by the ICE. Again, it's translated. It's probably going to be a little choppy. The former Brazilian model and former ambassador to the UN speaks in an interview about her expulsion from the United States, which she attributes to maneuvers by her ex-partner, and about a flight on Epstein's plane. Girl, they won't let me read this? Oh, no. How do I read it? Let me see if they have it in the Epstein. Oh, in the Wayback Machine. I'm going to read the article, but I definitely don't want to pay $8. We might have to, let me see if I can go Amanda Unaro. Okay, let's read this one. This one's from MSN.com. Unaro vows to expose Trumps after Melania's Epstein denial. Former model, girlfriend of Trump ally Paulo Zampoli, has escalated threats to reveal damaging information about Donald and Melania Trump after her deportation in 2025. Her remarks follow Melania Trump's surprise press conference denying any connection to Jeffrey Epstein, which some reports suggest was prompted by Ungaro's social media warnings. Ungaro claims link to her elite circles around the Trumps in a controversial 2002 flight on Epstein's private jet as a teenager. In a weekend interview with Spain's El País, how do you say that? País? How do you say that? Or País? Amanda Unaro declared, "Now it's war." She hinted at revealing damaging information about Donald and Melania Trump. She claimed her ex-husband, Paulo Zampoli, or her ex-boyfriend, abused her and used political connections to have her deported. She also described harsh conditions in U.S. immigration detention and her teenage travel on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet, suggesting these experiences inform her current defiance. "I will tear down your corrupt system, even if it is the last thing I do in my life. I will go all the way, and I am not afraid. Maybe you should be afraid of what I know," she said, "of who you are and who your husband is." On April 9th, Melania held an unannounced press conference to deny any association with Jeffrey Epstein, stating she had never been on his plane or island. Multiple outlets linked the timing of Ungaro's viral social media posts threatening to expose everything she knows about the First Lady. Melania's denial drew attention to allegations that had not been discussed publicly, prompting debate over whether the move had backfired. Ungaro's deportation followed a fraud arrest in 2025 during a custody dispute with Zampoli, who reportedly alerted ICE to Ungaro's immigration status. Once a fixture in elite Trump-linked social circles, Amanda now frames her removal as politically motivated retaliation. Her public feud with the Trumps blends personal grievances, immigration, politics, and the lingering shadow of Epstein's network. Her account of flying on Epstein's jet at 16 or 17 years old, alongside other young women and modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, situates her within a network later tied to Epstein. While she's not accused Epstein of direct assault, her proximity to figures in his circle, combined with her ties to the Trumps, heightens the political sensitivity of her threats. This intersection of personal history and public controversy could amplify fallout if she discloses more details. Now, I wanted to read y'all this article here. It's pretty sick and sad that they put like some of the most important news in the world behind a paywall, especially in Spain, because they're not really reporting on this like this in the United States, which sucks. Let me see. Amanda Unaro interview, April 2026. Will this one let me read it? Oh, thank God. I can read the English one. Okay, thank you, El País. Thanks so much to All Paws Groomer, Kimberly, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, BJ, for all the work you put in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we can read this one, thank God. Amanda Unaro, from sharing soirees with the Trumps to being deported by ICE, the former Brazilian model and ex-ambassador to the United Nations speaks in an interview about her expulsion from the United States, which she attributes to maneuvers by her former partner about a flight in Epstein's home. After spending nearly half her life in the United States, 41-year-old Brazilian Amanda Unaro was deported from the country last October. She endured 3 hellish months in a detention center until she was expelled. Like more than 600,000 immigrants since Donald Trump returned to the White House in 2025 January to carry out the largest deportation in history. What is unusual in this case of the former model who worked at the UN is that alongside her former partner and father of her son, businessman and former modeling agent Paulo Zampoli, Unaro had in the past shared evenings with the Trumps at the family's Mar-a-Lago mansion, including a party to ring in 2022. Now, she recalls that event as one of those incredibly boring 6-hour events. The two couples also spent other New Year's Eves together, a White House Easter children's party, a 4th of July celebration, and all of this was meticulously documented on Instagram by Zampoli, the man who introduced Melania to the president. Yeah. And who was appointed special envoy for global partnerships by his friend, Donald Trump. The Brazilian woman and the Italian American who separated in 2023 after 2 decades together are engaged in a bitter custody battle over their 16-year-old son, Giovanni. Now it's war, said Amanda. We'll see who wins. I kept quiet for years, and because of that, people judge me. They ask me, why are you speaking now? Because the man would not let me live in peace. I tried. I left the relationship with nothing. I left my son at a boarding school and I went to work. She said last Tuesday in an interview at her new home, a penthouse in Rio de Janeiro, it was not enough for him to destroy me during 20 years of relationship. He wanted to destroy me again when I started a new life, when I finally got married. Okay, here they are together. There's her, Donald Trump, Melania, Paulo. This is her right here. This is her interview. The one I think Melania got wind of and was trying to get in front of. Unaro left New York and Washington behind. Having settled in Aventura, Florida, with her new husband, everything fell apart last June. 10 police officers stormed into our home, arrested me, and took my son to the police station. She and her husband, a Brazilian doctor, were arrested and charged with fraud at a cosmetic clinic following anonymous tips. She denies the charges, emphasizing that her deportation from the U.S. prevented her from defending herself. She insists that the truth will come to light. They put her in a cell with child murderers. Me, I have no criminal record. I was terrified. And remember, she was trafficked over here when she was 17, in my opinion. That's what it sounds like to me. When her baby daddy learned that his ex-girlfriend and baby mama was being held in custody, he contacted senior officials at U.S. Immigration and Customs, that's ICE, so that she would remain jailed and then be deported. That allowed him to secure the custody of their son that he had long sought. ICE complied with his request. Paulo, reached by phone, denies any wrongdoing. Handcuffed at the hands and feet, she was transferred to an immigration detention center in Miami, where she spent 3.5 months in complete horror. Her husband, who had a green card, which is a permanent residency permit, was released. I volunteered to scrub the floors at 6 a.m. so I wouldn't go crazy. I spent the whole day crying. I read the Bible from beginning to end. She claims she helped others, sharing with them her phone credit to make calls. She claims that there were detainees with residency permits, an 80-something-year-old person handcuffed in a wheelchair, a young woman who had just lost a baby and had to wait a long time to receive medical care. To proceed with the deportation, she was taken to my home state of Louisiana. She says it was a hall with more than 120 people. The floor was wet. Yeah, I bet it was. It's hot over there and it is wet. No windows, 4 days without seeing the sun. I came out infested with lice, she recounts. She landed in Brazil wearing the prison uniform with nothing, not even a cell phone. I spent a month depressed in a room. She regrets not leaving Paulo Zampoli sooner and not having reported him. I was living at the mercy of a sick psychopath who abused me psychologically, sexually, physically. I asked many people for help, but no one ever helped me. I couldn't leave without my son, and he would not sign the slip or the authorization to let me go. Now, Zampoli, he denies these allegations. He said, I made her an ambassador. We were invited to the White House. What kind of abuse is that? We had a telenovela-style relationship, a very toxic one. So that's her right there in her new penthouse in Brazil. She left her hometown at the age of 13 to become a model. That is sad. She traveled extensively: Sao Paulo, Milan, Germany, Japan, South Korea. At first, her mother accompanied her, but she soon struck out on her own and set her sights on making it big in New York. In 2002, the same year of that article that came out, that we just read, that really long one from New York Magazine that Melania emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about. Oh, I love that article. The same year, 2002. She had not even turned 17 yet. She actually was only 16. She flew from Paris to New York on the Lolita Express, the private plane of convicted S-offender Jeffrey Epstein. My agent told me we're going to go, a couple of friends, private jet just for us. There were like 30 very young women there, 14, 15, 16 years old. I said, what is this? Jean-Luc Brunel replied, don't worry. That is how she recalls the trip. She claims she didn't interact with anyone on the flight except to greet the hosts. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were the hosts. Amanda, let me introduce you to Jeffrey, her agent, Jean-Luc Brunel said. He came over and asked me, where are you from? How old are you? Which modeling agency do you work for? And he introduced me to Ghislaine. She claims she never saw Epstein again. He was found unalive in his cell in 2019. The same fate befell the modeling agent who put her on that plane. Jean-Luc Brunel, he was arrested in connection with the Epstein case, and he died in a Paris prison in 2022. That went over my head. That did not go across my desk. The guy who put the 16-year-old on the Jeffrey Epstein plane, Jean-Luc Brunel, he's dead too. Died in prison. When she became a mother in 2010, she left the fashion industry. Her husband secured her boyfriend. She never married Zampoli. Secured her a position at the United Nations, where for a few years she served as a diplomat for the island of Grenada, and he represented another small Caribbean island, Dominica. That's where their titles as ambassadors come from. 2 tiny countries with barely 100,000 inhabitants. They each hold 1 vote at the UN, just like China. At first, I didn't understand anything she said, but I started making contacts, building professional network, and it went very well for me. She appears in UN documents as Grenada's representative in sessions on the International Criminal Court. Okay, so a 13-year-old model who was, what it appears to me, trafficked at 17 years old on the Lolita Express becomes the 1 vote for this island of Grenada, where China itself is worth 1 vote as well at the UN. Very interesting. She exchanged her model visa for a tax-exempt diplomatic passport. At the time, Paulo Zampoli preferred that his then girlfriend retain that status because it was more advantageous from a tax perspective, according to an apparent out-of-court settlement to which this newspaper has access. Paulo used to tell me, wait for Trump to win the election for the 2nd time, and we'll sort out your papers. He'll give you an American passport. After several years with an expired residence permit, Unaro was applying for a visa linked to her husband, the doctor, when she was arrested. He remains in Florida, trying to reach a legal settlement. Here's Paulo. Here's their son. Here is, and he's no longer that young. Here's Melania. Here's Trump. And here is Amanda Unaro. Notably, she often stands separate from this demon in pictures. As you can see, much more beautiful than Melania, in my opinion. Zampoli, a well-known figure in New York's nightlife scene for decades, was the owner of ID Models, and in that position, he occasionally crossed paths with Epstein. His name is mentioned in the Epstein files, but Zampoli told the New York Times he wasn't close to Epstein. The sun is setting over Rio de Janeiro as Unaro finishes recounting her story. With all the countless twists and turns of the legal cases she's dealing with, including the bitter custody battle over her teenage son. While she continues to hold endless meetings with lawyers, she dreams of reuniting with her child and with her husband. It's time for the photographs. She puts on her jacket, slips into a pair of heels, and poses with a serious expression. So that was the interview that I believe Melania was trying to get out ahead of, because she knew what Amanda was about to say in that interview. Now, let's take a look back at Paulo. According to that same person, Katy on Twitter, citing Girls on Film, New York Magazine, she says something very alarming. In March 2000, New York Magazine reported Paulo Zampoli installed live cameras in ID Models' apartments, housing young foreign women, and he planned to stream them live online via modellife.com. I swear I could make a 3-hour video on modellife.com, but I won't. This was all the way back in 2000. This was 26 years ago. He wanted to live stream the model house, modellife.com. One girl returned from a trip to find surveillance equipment had been installed in her home without prior warning. Zampoli, and what's she going to do? I don't like this. Okay, fine. Go back to wherever you're from. Zampoli planned to expand the feeds to apartments in Sao Paulo, in Milan, and in Paris. New York Magazine described those apartments as vaults, brimming with underage, vulnerable, and supernaturally beautiful girls. The president of the Models Guild industry union, that's the industry union, responded and said, the webcam has to be limited to girls over 18 years old. Hello. She did not say all the girls were over 18. She said they should be. That implies the apartments already housed girls under 18. This was the year 2000. Young foreign women on visas, living in agency-controlled housing, surveilled by cameras, being streamed live online without full informed consent. This is before OF. Paulo Zampoli was already building that infrastructure. The difference is the girls likely had no platform of their own, no cut of the profits, and really no choice. He is now Trump's special envoy for global partnerships. Do we think this guy should be representing our country, cutting deals for trade on behalf of us? Now, I'm not going to read this New York Magazine article. I will, however, save it in case y'all want me to. If you want me to read this article at another future live, leave a comment, not a live chat, an actual comment in the comment section, and we'll do a part 2 to this one, because I do have some of my own links I still want to share with y'all today, and we're already over 4 hours, so I want to get to all my links that I had. But if y'all want me to read this New York Magazine Girls on Film article, do leave it in the comments. But that man wanted to have these, and now at the time, who would ultimately end up being his baby mama for all these years, she was like 14 or 13 years old at this time. She wasn't in these houses from what we understand, from what we know. I'm just saying this is like the age range of what she would have been at this time. She was 16 years old in 2002 when she met him. 17 when she got on the plane. 16 years old when she got on the Lolita Express. But I believe by the time she met Paulo, Amanda Unaro was 17. Still in 2002. But what else happened in the year 2000? What else happened in the year 2000? You might be wondering. There's, we like timelines over here. In the year 2000, modellife.com was going to be airing these naked models in their houses. Okay. Along would eventually come Tyra Banks' America's Next Top Model, which is kind of something similar to that. Big Brother was also similar to that. But what else happened in the year 2000? Melania, again, third tier model. Someone said, this is Kirby Summers. Again, this person alleges to be an author, journalist, historian, former slave. She wrote a book called Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Franklin Child Abuse, Crime, Espionage, Memoir, Billionaire's Woman. So she said, I was sent a photo of Melania, nearly nude, on the Oval Office motif by Bebe Rebozo 88. Initially, I did not think it was real. Many thanks, BB. I found it elsewhere. This is the sort of class Melania brings to being First Lady. More on Amanda Unaro to follow. Betty Ford and Jackie Kennedy probably wouldn't have posed in a bikini on a mock-up of an Oval Office motif. But Melania Naus did just that in 2000. Now, a lot of people will say, if you looked good like that, you would be laying on the ground doing dup-a-dup-a-doop-a-doop, maybe. But I'm not the first lady of the family values party. Okay? Maybe she looks great. Maybe she looks good. To me, she looks stiff, like she looks like a man covering up her package to me. But I don't know. I have no idea. There she is right there in the year 2000 from the mirror. Who owned the mirror, at least at some point? Ghislaine Maxwell's daddy, Robert Maxwell. Don't get it twisted or forget. So that is the common whore as far as I'm concerned. That's currently the first lady trying to act like she's better than the next working girl. I don't judge people that's a working girl, but don't lie about it. I don't know if she is or isn't. I'm not trying to get sued. She said these are lies, but she didn't really point out what was the lie. Thank you so much for the $4.99 Gesundheit. Thanks so much to Luna Marie Marinelli for the $4.99 super chat. Looking at the stream and the chat in my phone with that Melania stare, if you know what I mean. Stiff. Thank you so much to Jenna for the $4.99. Say the source and title. I'll send a copy if I can airplane mode it. I found it in English. They had it available to us in English for free. Thank you so much to for the $4.99 and for the offer to do that, and all the other times you send me stuff as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very helpful. Okay. So that's what Melania was doing in the year 2000. Now, was she working for ID models? I don't know. But if Amanda Unaro is going to get deported over immigration fraud or whatever, let's take a look at Melania Trump's immigration. According to this person, Anthony Andrews, who I think I could do another 4-hour live stream on just this person's tweets from the last week. He said Paulo Zampoli, or whatever his name, used his agency, the modeling agency, to procure tourist visas for girls from Eastern Europe, like Melania, and South America, like Amanda Unaro. Melania, according to Anthony Andrews on Twitter, I don't know, I wasn't there. I'm not making this allegation. I'm reading something from a public tweet. I don't know if it's true. She should sue him if it's not true. Melania worked illegally, he says, on one of these visas until she earned and saved enough to apply for an HB1 or H1B visa, which would then allow her to work. And this article explains a ton how they were playing the system with visas. Okay, this is another article I didn't have on my links, but I will go ahead and save. If y'all want me to read this, how the immigration, supposed fraud that these people are trying to lay out, if y'all want me to read that article on a future live stream on like maybe a part 2, leave that in the comments. The next link is similar. Now, I don't know if this is true. This is something I saw publicly. This is something that I read. I just want to read it to y'all. If it's not true, Melania ought to sue Jesus Chrysler too on Twitter. But it says this is Melania Navs, dropped out of college, came to the U.S. in 1996 on a visitor visa. Per AP, illegally took $20,000 from, quote, modeling work. Allegedly, according to rumors and speculation, worked as a high-paid escort, which makes the most sense, to be honest, to me. It makes the most sense to me. That's the thing I have the least issue believing. She was an escort. Married a deranged nut job for money, lied about having a degree from a university in Slovenia, allegedly speaks 5 languages, but there's absolutely no evidence of her speaking anything other than broken English. Trump wants a merit-based immigration system, but his own wife wouldn't even qualify for a visa under a merit-based system. Now, I'm not really saying anything myself. I'm not trying to make any political statement about what's merit-based, what's not. But the hypocrisy does seem to run wildly through this story because Melania and Amanda Unaro seem to have come to this country under very similar circumstances, but they're now having very disparate outcomes. Thought y'all would find this interesting. The first picture, again, from Anthony Andrews, the very first picture Zampoli ever posted on his Instagram, December 20th, 2013, is with Bibi Netanyahu. Bet you didn't see us swerving into this direction, did ya? Anyway, moving right along. Remember when I was talking about weirdly Eastern European models, connections to France, heads of trade at embassies? It is my sincere suspicion. I have no proof of this. This is just a suspicion. I'm not saying it's a fact. I have no idea if it's true, but I have a suspicion. These heads of trade with votes at the UN, these heads of trade are trading things other than non-human product. I have a suspicion that people are being trafficked by these trade people. Now, remember we earlier talked about the head of trade at the Serbian-Danish embassy. It was a Serbian. It was in Belgrade, Serbia. But it was the Denmark embassy, head of trade, Nanan Matosevic. He was on ARA's board. This is just, I'm just bringing this up because it comes to my mind. Dahlia and Dia were what? Models. They had model mayhem accounts. They were successful models and YouTubers. Okay. Head of trade at Serbian Danish embassy, Nanan Matosevic. So anyway, I'm sure completely unrelated. I'm sure completely, absolutely 100% unrelated in any way. Paulo Zampoli in 2014 posted a meeting regarding a Trump deal in Belgrade, Serbia. There he is right there in Serbia. Is Nanan Matosevic at this table? I'm wondering. I don't know. Here is Paulo right here. Investments. Donald Trump's team looks for a location to build a hotel in Belgrade. Prime Minister Ivanka Dačić. Interesting. Paulo Zampoli was in Serbia. Where's Melania really from? Do we really know? Now, speaking of being a lady of the night and an escort, for the record, Melania didn't meet her husband in 1998. For the record, Melania didn't meet her husband in 1998 because in 1998, that was Marla Maples' husband. Didn't this lady end up falling down the stairs? Or is that another one? Marla Maples. Anyway, that's who Donald Trump was married to. He was married. He was a married man. When Melania Trump, the Russian, Slovenian, Austrian, Australian, wherever in the hell she's from, homewrecker, came 2 years later, she'd have her titties out on a fake White House floor, Oval Office floor. Okay. And now she's running press from inside the real White House, girl. I mean, that lady has moved right on up. When Donald Trump won, Paulo thought he also won. Now, why? Why did Melania Trump marry Donald? I have no idea. Let's see if we can get her to tell us.
No, I don't want to comment about.
You don't want to comment on that. You
Okay.
said that before.
The caption says, or the caption right here, 26-year-old Melania on dating Donald Trump. So they're saying this was 1996, but apparently she didn't even meet him until 1998. So I don't think the year is right. But why did Melania, 26 years old, remember Melania's roommate said, 26-year-old, you're starting to age out of being a model. They want you like 18. They want you like 15. You know why. And she's 20, grown woman, 26 years old. You're getting a little old. You're getting cobwebs for these PDF files. They want a 26-year-old. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok.
If he did ask you to marry him, would you say yes?
No, I don't want to comment about.
You don't want to
that.
comment on that. You said that before, that you said yes, you would say yes. I mean, it's in the publications that I read.
Yes, but that was misunderstood or something. So I didn't.
So you changed your mind. You don't want to marry the guy.
I didn't change my mind, but I just don't want to go out with it.
Donald Trump's name is synonymous with a lot of things, but not the least of which is the phrase prenuptial agreement. You know what that is?
Yes, I know what is it.
Given his history with acrimonious divorces, with bitter divorces, would you even consider signing one with him?
Everybody has different opinions. So let's see what's happened.
Different opinions about.
Would you consider signing one? Everybody has different opinion. Would you sign a prenup? I'll sign one. I've always said I'll sign one. No problem signing one. I don't want to take nothing from nobody that ain't mine. I have the ability to make my own money. I have the ability to take care of myself. And prenups only come into play if we're getting a divorce. And baby, I'm not getting a divorce. So I'll sign a prenup. Don't bother me. Now, I ain't getting into my personal business, but I will say I would be very willing to sign one. This bitch said, everybody has different opinion on if the prenup. Bitch, we asking, would you sign one? Gold digger.
Opinions. So let's see what's happened.
different opinions about
the prenuptial agreement, about sign it, not to sign it. Everybody decided what is inside of them.
So you're not ruling out anything.
No.
Girl. Anyway, so we talked about the Ghislaine emails. So before I end this live stream, I want to go through the Epstein files stuff that I did to Melania. So to do that, let's start on the web itself. I do think I'm going to do a part 2 on this, although it'll not be 4 hours. It'll probably be like 1 hour. It'll just be like a segment in my next one, but I do want to cover the Epstein files stuff in this video so that y'all can come back and watch just the one video. So we already talked about this right here. 2002 email from Melania. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein in New York Magazine. You look great on the picture. I know you're very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. This was in 2002. And then Melania would be pictured with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump just 1 month later, November 2002. She says to Ghislaine, give me a call when you are back in New York. And now she's calling this just a tribal email. A tribal email, but, looks like they're pretty friendly. She's about to, call me when you're in New York. I can't wait to visit in Palm Beach. They were together just the very next month. Here's that article we read. 2005, wedding. So this is 2002. 3 years later, 2005, wedding. Next year, citizenship. Next year, Baron Trump is born. 2005, married. 2006, Baron. She was definitely making sure she could stay here. Now, I don't understand why she didn't apply for some type of naturalization, Amanda Unaro, based on her kid being born here. I don't know, where was her kid born? So, 2016, Melania also appears in an Epstein email. Jonathan Farkas to Jeffrey Epstein. I gave blank your Jetri number. Between us, I think Summers going to DC to work for Melania. Long story. 2016, Melania was mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein emails by Jonathan Farkas. Who's Jonathan Farkas? I definitely know I've heard his name before. Let me see. Oh my God, I need to show y'all this. Hold on. So I just looked up Jonathan Farkas on Google, and this was, I kid you not, the first article that popped up from November last year. Jeffrey, please help me. Humiliating emails show Epstein's friend asking if woman he's seeing is a Lynette hooker without Lynette. Jonathan Farkas, husband of President Trump's ambassador to Malta. Please, is Donald Trump installing former working girls who were trafficked on the Lolita Express as ambassadors? Because here I am thinking that the ambassadors are possibly trafficking people. What if the ambassadors are the trafficking victims? Girl. Jonathan Farkas is the husband of Trump's ambassador to Malta. He asked Jeffrey Epstein if a woman he was seeing was a two-timer or a hooker. Newly released emails on Wednesday, this is back from November, so this is about four months ago, showed Jonathan Farkas, the husband of President Donald Trump's ambassador to Malta. The ambassador to Malta's name is Summers Farkas. Holy this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm going to have to do a part 2. Like, my mind is freaking spinning. Put a 3 in the chat if you can see the smoke coming out of my ears from my brain moving so fast. Whew. Okay. Who is Summers? I'm just learning this right now. Summers Farkas. She's Donald Trump's ambassador to Malta. Who's her husband? Jonathan. Jonathan Farkas. Jonathan Farkas emailed Jeffrey Epstein and said, is my wife a hooker? The lady who's now the ambassador to Malta. I am seeing redacted a little bit. I don't think it'll turn into a romance. Farkas wrote Epstein in 2017. I'm a bit old. I'm not tall enough, but she seems intelligent and kind. Summers got an appointment from Trump. She's on the White House Fellowship Commission. Epstein replied, careful. She's not trustworthy at all. A two-timer? Farkas questioned. To which Epstein responded, worse. Does that mean a spy, a Russian spy or something, girl? Farkas pleaded, Jeffrey, please help me here. Is she a hooker? Just last month, Farkas's wife, so this was in October, the same month, god damn, the same month Amanda Unaro was deported. The same month Amanda Unaro was deported from the United States, this Farkas girl was sworn in as an ambassador. Who else was an ambassador who might have been a hooker or possibly a trafficking victim? Amanda Unaro. Is it like a fleet of working girl ambassadors? Whoa. This is crazy. Malta is just south of Italy. It's also a tax haven. So the same month that this Unaro girl is getting deported, Farkas's wife was sworn in as Trump's new United States ambassador to Malta with a photo showing both Jonathan and Summers posing next to the president. Congratulations to Summer. Recently sworn in as a U.S. ambassador, the embassy team looks forward to welcoming you and your husband to Malta. Together with a devoted team, she will lead our diplomatic mission in pursuit of excellence, representing our great President Trump. And the great American people, Ambassador Farkas, joins us in valuing the enduring partnership between the United States and Malta. According to the New York Times, Summers married Farkas in 2001, becoming his third wife. He was about 15 years older than her and made it a condition of marriage. They have no children. She has no regrets. Mr. Farkas was not the only person shown in newly released. Okay, so just to be clear, it's unclear whether the person that this guy was asking Jeffrey Epstein in 2017, is she a hooker, was his wife. Because he married his wife in 2001. Again, around the same time. Melania was meeting Donald Trump in 1998. What's her name? Amanda Unaro was flown over in the year 2002. Melania gets married in 2005. Now this ambassador, Summers Farkas, she becomes an ambassador just when? Last year, 2025. She married this guy, Jonathan Farkas, in 2001. So 16 years later, Jonathan Farkas, he's married, I guess, is still married for 16 years, asking Jeffrey Epstein, please help me. Am I dating a hooker? Is this Summers? Looks like it could be he was just two-timing and cheating on her. The web is webbing. The web is webbing hard. This is how generational, blackmail, tit for tat works. Bondi gnome. This is insane and hilarious. I cannot believe this. Okay, so we're reading this article, right? Summers, Farkas, y'all put a 5 in the chat and let me know that you understand who is Summers. Who is Jonathan Farkas and who is Summers? Jonathan and Summers got married in 2001. She's 15 years younger than him. But today, in April 2026, she is an ambassador. A U.S. ambassador appointed by Trump. You understand? Put a 5 in the chat. You understand who she is. Okay, see a lot of 5s. Thank you. Let's go back to this web, the Epstein Files web. Because how did I arrive here? It was because of Melania. Melania shows up here. Summers, nearly 10 years before this woman was appointed U.S. ambassador, we're all the way back in 2016. She was going to work for Melania Trump. This is, again, 16 years, 15 years after she married Jonathan Farkas. So Jonathan Farkas is emailing Jeffrey Epstein about his own wife. I gave blank your number. Between us, I think Summers, my wife, is going to work for Melania in D.C. Now, 9 years after this email, she would become way more than just working for Melania. She would become a U.S. ambassador. This man, Jonathan Farkas, now, from what I understand, is living in Malta because his wife is an ambassador. So why was he typing about asking Epstein if somebody was a hooker in 2016, the same year? What the f is going on here? Here's another email in the Epstein files mentioning Melania. From Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff, January 2018. This was only like the year before Epstein supposedly died. Look at the cryptic. Look at the cryptic list in this email. Who's Michael Wolff? He is the official Trump biographer. He's written 2 Trump books. He's a very well-known, renowned biographer. And from the looks of his face, he could be of the same phenotype as Benny Blanco. But girl, I don't know. Could be Benny Blanco's daddy. Got that same weird look. Jeffrey Epstein actually emailed this. So Melania likes to stand at the podium and say she wasn't mentioned in any depositions and she wasn't mentioned in any official legal filings, but she sure was mentioned by Jeffrey Epstein the year before he died in emails to the presidential biographer. Look what he says. Achilles heel. This is like the drum roll. If you've made it, put a 6 in the chat. You've been here the whole time. If you've made it to almost the 5-hour mark, we finally arrived at the Achilles heel. Jeffrey Epstein knew, in my opinion, something to do with Melania and information around her was Trump's Achilles heel. From Jeffrey to Michael Wolff, a New York Times journalist. Achilles heel, spelled heel wrong. Melania. Transcript. Melania also focused on dates of porn star. Before birth of Barron or after ... This is Jeffrey Epstein. Achilles heel, comma, Melania, comma, transcript, period. Melania also focused on dates of corn star. Before birth of Barron or after? Hold on. I need to write this down. I'm going to make a video and make it private. Because I don't want to be doing too much speculating because I don't want another Brigitte Macron situation where I'm having to fend off a lawsuit by a first lady. But, which corn star? Before birth of Barron or after? Achilles heel, Melania, transcript. Is Melania Trump, I'll just ask. Is anybody else wondering if Melania Trump is the biological gave birth mother to Barron Trump? Put a 3 in the chat. Put a 4 in the chat. Put a 4 in the chat. You're wondering. Is she biologically capable of having carried Barron? Is this a Brigitte Macron situation? I don't know why I'm wondering it. Maybe it's because she looks so much like a man in 1998. Maybe it's because she always had that leg crossed over the crotch region in 1998. Maybe it has something to do with his email right here. Achilles heel, Melania transcript. Melania was also focused on dates of corn star. Before birth of Barron or after? They also now have 2 army people escorting their kids to school. Way earlier that year. Similar. Okay, so this was, oh no, wait, hold on. That was January, the very beginning of 2018. Again, another email that same month, a couple weeks earlier. So, or let's see, January 21st, that's one we just read. Now we're going to read one, same parties, from January 12th. Okay, so this is January 12th. We just read the one from the 21st. So let's go just a few days earlier. Jeffrey Epstein is emailing, again, official Trump biographer, Michael Wolff, who would have absolutely had direct access, not only to Trump, but most likely Melania. Jeffrey said a few weeks earlier, holding up, question mark, like how are you holding up? his shithole countries comment. Remember when Donald Trump said they're sending the people from the whole countries? Jeffrey said, his "I will sign whatever is put in front of me" clearly shows cracks in his mental state. Transcripts could drive him over the edge if the Melania story doesn't come out. Again, transcripts. What is Jeffrey Epstein emailing official Trump biographer Michael Wolff of the New York Times about Achilles heel, Melania transcript? Another one a week earlier, holding up. Transcripts that could drive him over the edge if Melania's story doesn't come out. Just the month earlier, Michael Wolff was emailing Jeffrey. Subject line, Ray, nothing. If so, I'll be sorry to have missed it, but makes sense. Arriving in Paris tomorrow, some journalists are working on a lead. So this one is from Jeffrey Epstein. Some journalists are working on a lead on a Melania boyfriend story. Melania Trump had a boyfriend. Oi! Supposedly, allegedly. Michael Wolff, Jeffrey Epstein also talked about Les Moonves. New York Times digging Jamie. There's Donald Trump and Melania. 2018. This is okay. So in January, we get this email. January 12th, 2018. Transcripts could drive him over the edge if the Melania story doesn't come out. What transcripts? A week or so later, Achilles heel, Melania transcript. Melania also focused on dates of corn star. Before birth of Barron or after, ... They also now have 2 army people escorting the kids to school. Transcripts mentioned twice. Few months later, March 2018. So that was January. So now we're in March. Subject: how close is Donald Trump to a psychiatric breakdown? This was March 2018. Sums it up well. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Steve Bannon. Needs to add Melania. Pressure. BB indictment. Jared money grubbing. Recipe for tragedy. They talk in these weird riddles, but this is from Jeffrey Epstein. Again, mentions Melania. So she's standing up at a podium last week. I had nothing to do with him. I was not in the... Okay, yeah, but he's mentioning you all through these emails. And what's with the transcripts? And what's with the date of the corn star? BB indictment, Jared money grubbing. Now I'm starting to wonder, everybody's been pointing fingers at Jeffrey Epstein as being Israel Mossad. What if he was working against them? Paulo Zampoli's first Instagram post was with Bibi Netanyahu. Jeffrey Epstein said in his emails, you can't trust that man. Now we're getting email between him and Steve Bannon. Sums it up well, needs to add Melania pressure. BB indictment, Jared money grubbing, recipe for tragedy. What? This is all from a Daily Mail article. Daily Beast article. How close is Donald Trump to a psychiatric breakdown? Now, also found a boldface, unmitigated, obvious lie. Ghislaine Maxwell told the Department of Justice she never saw Donald Trump with Epstein. Bitch, there's pictures of y'all together with Epstein and Ghislaine and Donald. Now, Melania said some of those pictures are a lie. I don't know what's a lie, what's not. But that's not all, okay? There's other Epstein files. And I want to go directly to the Epstein files so nobody can't say it's defaming anybody. All right, we're going to the Epstein files. Now, from who? Who knows? To Jeffrey Epstein, just days after Donald Trump won the 2016 election. Whoever it was said to Jeffrey, I simply cannot believe this victory. I mean, a bunch of us were very surprised. No one called it. We all thought she would win, meaning Hillary Clinton. This is an email to Jeffrey Epstein in 2016. You must be happy though, Jeffrey. I remember flying back with Donald on his plane. The first weekend I went to visit you in Florida was the weekend he met Melania. He kept coming out of the bedroom saying, wow, what a hot piece of ass. Nuts. Anyway, hope you're enjoying Saudi. Who is this? I thought they met at the Kit Kat Club. Now it's in Florida where they met the first weekend he met Melania. He kept coming out of the bedroom saying, wow, what a hot piece of ass. Now, remember, I don't know who said this. This could be somebody trying to plant fake evidence or something, girl. I don't know. Who was going? Farkas was going to go work for Melania. So even now they're using this kind of like network, like, okay, first you work for Melania, then eventually in 10 years you can become a U.S. ambassador. Are these ambassadors even legal citizens of the U.S.? They're getting diplomat passports. It's a way to transport people, make it legal. I mean, oh God, my brain is spinning. My brain is spinning. We're getting a bunch of different stories. Some of it absolutely is most likely people lying and trying to, mess with them, but some of it has to be true. Thanks so much to All Pause Groomer Kimberly for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Yeah, diplomatic passport is like above the law kind of ish. Yeah, and for tax purposes, apparently it's tax exempt. I mean, girl, give me a diplomatic passport. I earned it. All right. I don't need a passport. I'm already a citizen. God bless America. Whew. I'm going to have to do a part 2. Y'all, leave it in the comments below if you want me to read those other 2 articles, the girl live cam thing and the other one. I will probably be talking about the Ruby Rose thing at a later time. We've been on here for almost 5 hours. Please make sure that you are subscribed. You have your notifications on. If you found this to be useful, make sure you sign up for memberships. Make sure you sign up for, whatever. Throw a little like, throw a comment, throw a heart, do some engagement, share the video. Oh, that's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. I'm tired. Neither are opinions. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Please do not send any hate to anyone mentioned in this video. This is not the purpose of this video. This video is meant to report on the news, report on some public statements, and give my opinions. I don't know any of these people. I wasn't around any of these people, and I hope I never am. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.